the impact on the social development of the people of New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room, as always, to turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Mr Ayoub and Mr Varco, and thank you for making the time to give evidence and also for your submissions. If I could start with Mr Ayoub, please stating full name, position, title and swearing either an oath or affirmation.
Jack Ayoub, Organiser at the Australian Workers Union, New South Wales branch. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Varco.
David Varco, New South Wales Manager for the Australian Steel Institute. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And I might, in the same order, ask if you have a short opening statement. Mr Ayoub.
Thank you, Chair. Brief opening statement from me. I just want to start by acknowledging that Australia's ranking in the Harvard Complexity Rankings is 93 out of 133 countries, and I'm sure members of the committee know what that complexity ranking is about. Since 1995, Australia's fallen 38 places. In the last decade, we've fallen 12 places in terms of our capacity to manufacture complex goods from a raw material to an end product. Recently, a very significant, one of the only plants in Australia that produced polyethylenes and plastics for the manufacture of cabling and other rainwater piping and so on, shut down, Quinos in Banks Meadow. That was hundreds of jobs that have been lost as a result. We don't know what role government procurement could have played in supporting Quinos to remain open, but almost all of the products that they produced as a raw material will now have to be sought from overseas in countries where emissions are higher and where workplace regulations and safety are far worse. So I think those are the critical questions for the committee and certainly what our submission will go to, advocating that we have, as in other jurisdictions, a two-stage verification process. And I think that two-stage verification process or gate approval, which we can discuss, fits very well into the recently given budget in relation to the wellbeing criteria. So I think that those are the essential things that we want to advocate for, and we have ample evidence as to what occurs when we don't take these things into consideration, Snowy Hydro being the greatest example.
Thank you very much, Mr Ayoub. Mr Varco.
Thank you, Chair. The ASI is very appreciative of the opportunity to contribute to this important inquiry. In the submission, the written submission we provide to the inquiry, the majority of the information recommendations are concentrated on our thoughts on avoiding poor or negative outcomes from procurement practices based on examples provided to us by member businesses. As the ASI is a national organisation and we're considering the experience of procurement practices in place in other jurisdictions, for example, Victoria and South Australia, it is important to highlight that there are also examples of positive outcomes resulting from government procurement practices. In particular, I would like to mention as an example the investment made by pipe and tube manufacturer Orcon at Unanderra, which is near Wollongong, in a new large diameter state-of-the-art pipe and tube mill, which is currently being commissioned. The justification for this mill includes the ability to supply specialised components for the manufacture of torque tubes for solar panel tracking systems. This is a direct response to the local content requirements for solar that are included in the New South Wales Renewable Energy Plan and comparable requirements for renewable energy infrastructure in Victoria. The cost of the mill is approximately $60 million and it will employ more than 20 people, many of whom have come from outside of the steel industry and are being upskilled. Fellow New South Wales pipe and tube manufacturer Oz Tube Mills has also invested in new product development in response to this market opportunity. So there's as many opportunities as there are negative stories. That I guess is the point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varco. And perhaps if I could begin questions with one that goes to an issue which you both raise, and indeed you raise in your introduction, which is about quality standards and safety standards of non-domestic products. So I wonder if you both might have further to say on why that is such a big issue and how that relates to local content. Mr. Varco, I might start with you.
Thank you. In our recommendations, we included a number of suggestions in terms of tender evaluation, and the particular recommendations relate to the terms of reference B, and what we are recommending specifically is there are a number of pre-qualification and assessment schemes that are independently operated and completely, I guess, credible in terms of their own accreditation, and that it would be worth considering more widespread expectations of those being in place. The particular one I'll just expand on is one we've called Steelwork Compliance Australia, and that was set up about 10 years ago in response to a spate of very poor quality structural steelwork. And so this compliance scheme aligns very closely with AS 5131, which is the Australian standard for structural steelwork fabrication and erection. And so there's approximately 130 fabricators around the country, of which more than a third are in New South Wales, that have already signed up voluntarily for this scheme. It's been audited and accredited. It's an international scheme, so it's not limited to local companies, but the great majority are local. And we feel that that's one very straightforward way that the quality assurance standard can be raised and the quality of goods provided can be improved.
Thank you. Mr. Ayo?
Look, I think it's fair to say that the vast bulk of things that are manufactured in Australia are manufactured to the highest possible standards. And I don't think that's a controversial statement. We're firmly of the view that government should, as the first gate within a two-gate verification process, should be looking at what is the work health and safety history of the organisation, the company that you're seeking to procure from. Do they have an enterprise agreement? What are the incidents of reporting around safety? And equally, what are the standards that they adhere to? Now, I think that's going to be uncontroversial in terms of domestic procurement. But again, I'll come back to Snowy, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. We went for the cheapest possible option in Snowy. It's now rapidly becoming very, very expensive because the safety record of the organisation that was engaged was not good. We've had members who've been exposed in tunnels to deadly gases, the kind that were used on the Western Front in the First World War. Now, that only comes through a poor record of health and safety and low standards. So it's certainly our view that that should be the government's first stop, to say what are the standards of this organisation, are they the best they can be, and by having that limitation on government procurement, you lift the standards of all others who would seek to engage that process.
Thank you, Mr. Ayoub. That takes me to the next question that I wanted to ask. So you keep referring to this two-gate tendering model. Could you maybe just sort of explicitly and in simple terms explain what that is?
Simple terms are all I know, Chair. Look, so the first point, and this basically models what's been put in place in other jurisdictions, the ACT and Victoria. So your first gate, as it were, that an organisation has to get through in terms of the tender process would be questions around quality and job certainty. So, what quality standards do they adhere to? Are they the best in the industry? Do they have an enterprise agreement? Would be something that would give a good indication of the kind of working conditions they have in that place. What are the suppliers' commitments to permanent staff, and what is their record on work health and safety? So that would be the first gate that you'd have to get through. The second gate would be the industry participation plan that I think they should submit, and then how the pricing is going to work. So, do they have a commitment to local jobs, to sourcing local content? Do they have a commitment to local economic development? And then what is their price? And the critical piece is the price, because I think there has to be, as part of this process, a significant retraining in terms of the staff that assess these things, to say price paid up front is not the whole of life cost. Those are two very different things. And so if you take a very strict utilitarian view, that one's cheaper than the other one, well, therefore we'll go with that one, we're going to end up in all sorts of problems. So that last part of the show is very important, so that we can have people say, well, what's the whole of life cost? And is this better for the state of New South Wales and the people in New South Wales overall?
Thank you, Mr Ayoub. And Mr Varka, your submission also goes to the idea of whole-of-life considerations and suggests that these aren't given appropriate weighting currently. How do you understand that whole-of-life costings are considered currently, and what do you recommend changing?
We've included some detailed definition of whole of life in the submission, and I guess particularly where we believe the emphasis is wrong at the moment is just I guess a complete emphasis on upfront cost and not looking at the life of the thing being procured. And I guess the example that we quoted was where we did an investigation of security fencing, which is included in a lot of government procurement, and particularly in the school infrastructure. If you think of like the steel 2 metre high fences that surround a lot of schools. And we actually were able to source, I guess, a cheaper alternative and a locally made alternative, and do a detailed evaluation of the corrosion of them, and we were able to demonstrate what people had been telling us is that the cheaper ones were not lasting more than a couple of years, and that was resulting in a replacement requirement well short of their expected design life. And in that case, you were talking about paying 1.5 times more for the replacement than what it would have cost to build new, because of the extra labour required when you've got to go back to a job site and just replace some parts of it. So I guess in simple terms, it's an overemphasis on the upfront cost and a neglect of looking at the expected lifetime of the thing, and whether that's going to result in overall a more costly outcome for the government.
If I can ask a question to the both of you again, in your interactions either with businesses or workers, what are expressed to you as the main challenges about getting contracts with New South Wales government? Mr Ayoub, do you want to go first?
Well, I think I can use one small example. It's quite a particular one, but there's a company in regional New South Wales that makes many things that the government could procure, in terms of the agricultural space particularly. They have been denied procurement because they don't have an Indigenous action plan, yet every single person in that business is an Indigenous person, many of them young boys who've dropped out of school who've now found a job. They can't get access because they don't have a piece of paper. So I think we've got to be very careful about how we do this so that we're doing it in the best long-term interest. And certainly I think it's significant that there's an industry group sitting here opposite a union. We have basically the same song sheet on this, and it's particularly hard for business to get in sometimes when the only assessment we make is this is the dollar figure, therefore we're going with someone else. And I note in the industry group submissions the 2 letters that they submitted around Dubbo and the rail track facility there. I mean, there's 1,400 tonnes of steel that's going to come from somewhere else, not an Australian organisation. I think that's a great shame.
Thank you. Mr Varco?
Thank you. Yes, I did probably want to add to what Mr Ayoub said in terms of that Dubbo maintenance facility example, where I guess the reason why that was brought to our attention in the first place by our members was that it was very strongly emphasised to them that it had to be built by local fabricators, which everyone said, this is fantastic. And so people really got on board with it. And at the last minute, a decision was made, I guess, to not source it locally. And so I guess that sort of aspect of people's expectations being raised about things being preferentially done locally, a lot of effort being put into it, and then that, similarly capriciously, that changing, it's very frustrating for people because they spend a lot of time tendering, and if they don't have any success, then essentially that's a lost investment for them. And in the case, as has been pointed out, a 1,500-tonne project, that would be enough for, say, a reasonable-sized fabricator for almost a year. And then there's a whole lot of other allied industries in terms of galvanising and painting and transport that all benefit. So when something like that doesn't go to a local business consortium, it is a huge lost opportunity for, particularly in this case, regional employment in a reasonably sort of complex manufacturing situation.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about those case examples you gave, which were interesting to say the least. So they were letters that you sent to Transport for New South Wales and the Department of Education, letting them know some information in the case of the testing that you'd done for the education and asking for, I guess, for clarification in the Dubbo situation. Did you receive any response to those?
The only one I received a response from was from the Transport New South Wales, and I guess they replied to say that I guess they acknowledged that they'd received my communication. I haven't got their response in front of me to recall exactly what was said, but essentially they didn't confirm that the... Excuse me, I'm just finding the details of it. They didn't confirm what I was seeking, which was that it was to be imported, but they confirmed that who had been awarded the contract oversight, the construction role, and that they were, I guess, the decision was in their hands. So it didn't really sort of resolve what we were seeking, and we didn't sort of really get a response to the recommendation side of things in terms of what they might look at doing in future.
Thank you, Mr. Varco. I'll now hand over to Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, and good morning to both of you. I just wanted to pick up on that local content aspect and the idea that we are importing, 14 tonnes of steel or whatever instead of getting it from Australian shores. Presumably, the emissions of that sort of transport is quite astronomical as well. So has there been consideration given in any of the procurement decisions that you've seen around that sort of carbon cost of transport when it comes to local content? Is that something that other jurisdictions are considering?
I don't know that other jurisdictions are considering on that basis, but I think we can be very confident that if we source it locally, that not only do you not have the transport emissions, but it's very likely that the business that's producing that steel, manufacturing it in the steel case or whatever it may be, is adhering to the best standards that we have in this country. So the emissions overall are going to be lower. And I think to build that point out, if we want to be building offshore wind farms all over the place, we're going to need social licence for that. I think it's much easier to get social licence when the people who built them are in secure, good jobs. The emissions overall that are produced in the manufacture of those wind farms are the lowest that they possibly can be, and that you're getting economic development on the way. So I think it's a very real and pressing consideration. And if we don't ensure that, Blue Scope and Molly Cop and Tomago Aluminium have good baseload power to produce those things here, they'll be produced overseas and the emissions will be higher.
The best practice labour standards, it strikes me as incredible that that's not something that's already a precondition to approval to get a government contract in the first place. I really like what you're saying about the two-stage verification process. Does that apply you say that it's in ACT and Victoria, does that apply to subcontractors as well? Is there a...
Not to my knowledge,
right.
No, but I think it's an important question. One of the things that we put forward is you could have in New South Wales a registrar that deals with a certificate process, thereby limiting the number of assessments that need to be made. So if a company tenders, gets through the certificate process, they have an enterprise agreement, good track record in work health and safety, etc., they maintain that certificate until such time as they breach one of those things. But it's a legitimate question to say, well, does that go to the subcontractors? An important question also is, what's the use of labour hire? I mean, I think it would be intellectually dishonest to say, well, we're going to do this, but these companies can bring on a whole stack of insecure workers where it's not necessary to do so. If it's necessary for practical purposes, then do it. But they're going to bring on all these insecure workers, keep them for the duration of the job, and then kick them out the door. That doesn't breed social licence, and it doesn't build an economic case for development over the long term.
In terms of, I guess, assurance then that, once you've passed that process, when there is a problem, or if there ends up being a problem with that particular contractor or a subcontractor in relation to their adherence to best practice labour principles, what is your experience of being able to, in those jurisdictions that do have this sort of, pre-verification based on labour standards, what is your experience of then being able to, I guess, come back to the decision maker and complain or try and get some sort of change?
I'm not entirely sure of our involvement in such processes in Victoria or the ACT, but I guess it's an important consideration in terms of what the mechanism is, because it's got to be dynamic, and I think so often we make these big changes and they just sit there. I mean, the bureaucracy's got to be nimble and dynamic if we're going to do this right, and so if there is a certificate process, then having some avenue whereby there's responsibility on us as the employee representative to be able to engage in those conversations as to whether best practice is being undertaken. I don't know who it ultimately lies with. If you create a registrar, do they make determinations? Is it the minister? I'm not sure. But I'm sure I could take on notice and seek advice from our organisers in other jurisdictions where it's in application, whether they've had experience or not.
Thank you. Just a couple more, and then I will come to you, Mr. Varco, as well. Apologies, it's hard when you're on video conference to get in. I guess so. With those standards in the ACT and Victoria being that bit better when it comes to actually acknowledging the importance of best practice labour principles, has the experience been then that using those procurement dollars in that way has led to an uplift outside of government contracts as well? Is there? I mean, that would be the intention, presumably.
Yes, and that because most people in the manufacturing space, certainly in New South Wales, have enterprise agreements and are doing the right thing. There are some dodgy players around whom government might procure from, and if a hurdle they have to get through is, do you have an enterprise agreement? Well, to have one, they've got to engage in an honest bargaining with their employees. They've probably got to engage a union, etc. So it will lift the standard and has lifted the standards in other jurisdictions in terms of players who aren't meeting the best practice. And the benefit of that is twofold. One, the workers in those environments get lifted up a touch, but also those people who are doing best practice, providing a good, secure wage, are actually on a more level playing field because the dodgy guys got to compete with them.
The experience at Snowy 2.0 has been quite confronting. I've heard a lot of those stories. I guess, what's the major lesson learnt from Snowy 2.0 for the New South Wales government when reshaping its procurement system?
Well, I mean, to put it in a phrase, value for money is not price paid. And Snowy's a great example where you've not only got cost blowouts and it's not going to finish on time, but you've also had people put at serious risk of harm. You've had catering in the place that's full of maggots with rotten food. I mean, the whole thing is basically a disaster. And I'm not interested in the ideological conversations around it. Just on the raw facts, it's a disaster. And so the next time we engage this, why aren't we doing it through a government procurement process where the people that are building it are the best players in the industry, and it's all done by Australian companies? I don't think we ought to be apologetic to say we are going to get Australian companies to do this only and Australian workers, because they are the best in the world.
Thank you. Mr. Varco, I wanted to come to you about this idea of the carbon cost of transport and how it's considered in price. Do you have I guess as the example of the 14 tonnes of steel, are there other examples of where we're just clearly being inefficient on a broader level when it comes to sort of using our procurement dollars to get non-local content?
Yeah, thank you. So in the example we're talking about with the Dubbo Regional Rail Facility, it's a train maintenance facility at Dubbo, and it's actually 1,400 tonnes of steel, so
wow.
it's very significant.
It's a lot more.
We did a calculation to try and highlight the exact point you're making about the sort of transport miles or the CO2 emissions associated with bringing something by ocean freight from another location. And our calculation was it was going to add another 250 tonnes of CO2. So it's about 10% of the total CO2 embodied carbon associated with that procurement was being created by that decision to bring it internationally, according to the estimate, which we've included in the example in the submission. So I can't make a general comment about other projects, but that same logic would apply. And so we'd be recommending that that's something that's taken into consideration, that it's clearly there is a cost in terms of emissions, and that at the moment we don't believe it's considered, and that it should be if that's a focus for government in future in terms of minimising emissions, which we certainly understand that it is. That this would be a really simple thing you can measure and come up with a number and weigh it up in the same way that everything else is weighed up.
And bring that within that value for money concept.
Exactly right. Yeah, there are internationally recognised methodologies for calculating these things. It's not up to my opinion or something. There's factors you can draw on, and it's quite straightforward.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tudor-Hope?
Mr. Ahab, the problems with Snowy Hydro would not have been cured by a different procurement process, would they? Really?
Well, I don't think we can definitively say either way, but I think it's an example.
Well, the work is being done by Australian workers, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So the suggestion that we have the best workers in the world is in fact correct,
We
and
do. We may
Australian
have the
workers are actually doing that work. So
They're being treated terribly.
some of the issues relating to that project are geotechnical issues, are they not?
Yes, there are geotechnical issues, but there are also issues in terms of how the overall process is being operated and the work health and safety compliance of the operator and the company concerned.
Well, and there are processes for addressing that, are there not?
There are processes, but it is incredibly difficult for us, for example, to engage those processes.
But the procurement process would not have solved those problems, would they?
No, I think it could have, because the procurement, you might have a view, but if you're asking me,
Yep.
I think they could have, because if you have a process within that procurement where you look at the track record of the business that you're engaging, and that track record isn't very good, which we know it wasn't with some of the current providers, then that's a warning sign. And perhaps a tender that's slightly more expensive, perhaps, from a company that has a very good work health and safety track record would be chosen.
May have given some different outcomes, but generally the issues that arose were day-to-day worksite issues relating to the specific nature of this project.
There are some serious questions about practices that are occurring underground. Our organisers go underground under Section 117 of the Act and do inspections, as they have a right to do. It's incredibly difficult for them to get on site, and it's made hard. It's made very hard for them to get on site, more so than any other site we attend. Now that's a warning sign, but there are practices being used underground that aren't best practice at times, and we've seen the results.
Do you see any of the? Have you raised the suggestions that you're raising with the federal government?
I'm not sure I could take that on notice.
Well, are there implications for our obligations under free trade agreement?
There may be, but those things would have to be worked out, yes.
Well,
I don't know how that would impact government procurement, but it's a good question.
Well, if in fact by engaging in this process that you're suggesting it impacted on our Commonwealth obligations in respect of Commonwealth agreements, then that would create a problem, would it not?
It may create a difficulty, but it's not necessarily insurmountable.
No. So, and I'll put this to you, Mr. Varco, in respect of our obligations for local content, and I say at the outset, I have absolutely no problem with wanting to make sure that Australian projects are, in fact, we are delivering Australian content to. However, if we specify in a contract that we must use Australian steel, are there implications for our obligations under free trade agreements?
My understanding is that there are specific carve-outs in international trade agreements for SMEs, and the great majority of the businesses that we're talking about in terms of steel fabrication and manufacturing are SMEs. There are also, I guess, precedents in terms of, I think Victoria, for example, has put in a requirement for the actual steel supplied to be locally milled, which means essentially manufactured locally. So without having access to the specific legal advice that they've sought to design their legislation in that way, I believe that it is possible to set up the types of things that we're recommending without being in breach of international trade commitments.
And I accept that analysis that there are carve-outs, but if there wasn't a carve-out, it could have implications under our obligations relating to free trade agreements.
I guess that's true, but the carve-out is there.
But
so,
you wouldn't want a circumstance to arise, for example, where we were excluded, Australian-owned corporations doing work in Australia and potentially primary industry, for example, was excluded from European markets, for example, because we breached our obligations under a free trade agreement relating to our purchase of steel, would you?
You wouldn't want that. I would point to the US, for example, where they have quite, I guess, strong requirements for locally milled and sourced and fabricated steel that go well beyond what we're recommending, and seemingly that is not in breach of their surely quite broad free trade and other requirements that they're subject to. So I guess I'm just highlighting that it obviously might be a jurisdiction by jurisdiction thing to look at, but there are certainly plenty of precedents for what can be done that lead us to think that it's not unrealistic in terms of what we're recommending, and it need not be in breach of any requirements.
So would you agree with me this then, that the submission made by you would be qualified by ensuring that we, in fact, honoured our obligations under free trade agreements?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And all law.
Yes.
And in
Law
fact,
generally.
I put that to you, Mr. Ayub, is that the first and primary obligation of people who contract with the New South Wales government would be that they comply with the law, is it not?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes. What a revolutionary thing.
Well,
Yes.
what a revolutionary thing. What a
Yes.
revolutionary thing. So the two-gate process that you've identified wants to, in fact, certify that they comply with the law.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
Yeah, because, some people don't.
And you find that a difficult proposition?
No, I don't find it a difficult
Well,
proposition.
good, we're
but
settled. Great.
I just wonder why you want to create a new bureaucracy.
No, we're not creating a new bureaucracy.
You want to create a new
We're creating
registrar,
a
don't
process
you? You want to create a new registrar.
which creates a process for the government to
So
make
a
these
new bureaucracy
determinations.
to establish that the
How else
corporation.
is the government going to know what, unless the company submits the information, whether they have an enterprise agreement, what the condition of it is, what their work health and safety record is. So what we're saying is, yes, those things are there in the law and they have to be adhered to, but we ought to check that they are being adhered to before we engage people.
So the
Sorry, it's hard not to comment. I apologise.
so the circumstances, for example, where you in fact require workforce union density and enterprise agreements to be part of one of the gateways, that doesn't necessarily have to be a union-approved enterprise agreement, does it?
No, not necessarily, but I
Well,
think
it
you'll
shouldn't,
find.
should it?
I think you will find that the vast majority of registered enterprise agreements have a union attached to them, and I think you will find that the vast majority of manufacturing processes undertaken in New South Wales already have such agreements.
Well,
so we want to be
But
sure.
let's just be clear then that it doesn't require a union-approved enterprise agreement, does it?
Well, that's a determination for the relevant decision maker to make when this policy is put together.
Yeah, have you had any discussions with the Minister in relation to this?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not you personally?
Not me personally. The union
Yeah,
made
I asked you
representations.
personally. Have you had any discussions?
Not personally, no.
Has any other person from your union had any discussions with the Minister about
I
this?
can't speak for them, but I'm
Well,
sure if
do
we...
you
if
know?
we've, I don't know, but I'm sure if we've made representations, they would be on the register.
Of the meetings with the union,
Yes.
with the Minister?
Yes.
So this process which you're advocating here, do you think it'll have any impacts on the pool of people who might be able to offer procurement services to the government?
That's the point.
Yes, it will. Yes, that's the point.
So there would be a limitation of the small businesses potentially who could contract with the government?
Why?
No, I don't think so. Why would that be the case?
Would you not foresee, for example, that this would be a process which would be limited to contracts for a particular amount?
Well, all of those technicalities have got to be discussed. I mean, I'm not
Why
suggesting...
haven't you put that in your
your
submission?
I'm not
here.
suggest. Well, because perhaps mistakenly we deferred to the intelligence of the committee to make a recommendation on those matters.
Well, I'll take that.
I mean, the point I'm making to you is this is the frame we ought to set up. We're not going to go nut and bolt in terms of what number it is, whether it's a small business, a large business, but we think we ought to operate in this frame. And operating in that frame is the best practice. It's been done in other jurisdictions. I don't think it's particularly controversial.
Well, if it did have the impact of limiting the number of small businesses who might be able to tender for New South Wales procurement contracts, because of the additional red tape you would impose to get through the two-gate process, would you see that as a negative thing?
Well, I don't know that in terms of enterprise agreement requirements and so on, that most small businesses would be captured. Because, of course, you'd need to have a requisite number of employees to engage that process. And if most small businesses have 10 employees and so on, then they may not have an enterprise agreement, and there may be an exemption carved out for them in those circumstances.
There may be,
but again, that's for the committee's recommendation, and I think that we wouldn't want to shirk away from their various work health and safety obligations and so on.
But you've agreed with me earlier that you expect the people to comply with the law anyway. Why don't we work on the assumption that they are?
Because that's a foolish assumption.
Why?
Well, I'm not a deontologist in that way. I mean, I don't think that A equals B all the time. Sometimes there's some interesting things that go on, and they aren't necessarily picked up. And there are plenty of examples of that in the industrial relations space. Plenty of examples.
But wouldn't a better circumstance be, and I'll put this to you for your consideration, that there be some system that disqualifies people from procurement opportunities with the New South Wales government if they have been convicted of offences, for example, under the Work Health and Safety Act.
Well, I think that's implied in what I'm putting to you.
No. It works the other way, Mr. Ayub. So what I'm saying to you is that there is potentially a system where a person is disqualified rather than having to prove up front.
Well, I don't see that it's particularly onerous for an employer to say, here's our enterprise agreement, here's our work health and safety record, we're proud of it, and we want to procure on that basis. I mean, if they've breached the law, that's a different circumstance, they've engaged penalties and so on, and it's not going to be restrictive.
Would you agree
Thank
with
you,
me
Mr.
that this is
Tudor.
a
Thank you,
lot
Mr.
more
Tudor.
red tape around procurement processes?
No.
Well,
Point of order has been taken.
Flagrantly disregarded the time
I got the answer of it.
arrangements.
Probably the one you want.
Mr. Tudor, you will have one more minute in which to ask another
All right.
question of Mr. Ayub or Mr. Varco, following a question from Mr. Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just put a very simple proposition to you both? With respect to achieving better social, economic and industrial outcomes through the procurement process, would it be a fair statement to say that past performance is the best indicator of future behaviour? An expression well coined by Mr. Tudor in the chamber. Would you agree with that simple proposition?
Yes.
Mr. Varco?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ayub, Is it right to think of complying with industrial law as red tape?
I don't think so. Some may think it is. I do seem to remember just some time ago that I referenced the importance of whatever way we administer this process being nimble. I think it has to be nimble, and we're not trying to create a circumstance where we're latent with red tape, but we ought to just comply with the laws that are in place and then say that the government wants to protect its honour and engage people who are doing best practice.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. Mr. Tudor, do you have any further questions?
We'll have a beer sometime, but would you agree with me that stage one is that a supplier will need to obtain a quality secure job certificate? That's additional red tape, is it not?
I don't think so, no. I mean, it might be green or blue or some other colour, but I don't think it's red.
And there will be a bureaucracy to issue those certificates, will there not?
Well, how else? I mean, look,
that's the point, isn't it?
if
We
you're
already have a
serious,
bureaucracy
if
that
you're
does
serious
this.
about government procurement, how else are you going to do it? I mean, it doesn't just drop out of a cloud. You've
And
got
you
to
want
have
a new
system by
bureaucracy
which
to do
it.
this, do you not?
Well, but the problem, the dishonesty of the question
No, it's
is
not
that
dishonest,
you
it's
say,
your
Mr.
submission.
Tudor, hope if
It's
you could
your
let the
submission.
witness answer the question, please.
You say we want to have a big bureaucracy. You know, you give this impression that it's a behemoth. What we're saying is
Well,
we
it is a
want to
behemoth.
have a policy. We want to,
Administered by you, probably.
we want to have a policy that can be administered by the bureaucracy already in existence. Perhaps we need to create a
Maybe it's already been done.
Thank
Maybe
you,
it's
Mr.
already
Tudor,
been
hope.
done.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I get a minute. We already have a pre-qualification scheme, do we not?
In relation to what?
In relation to procurement, where there's red tape for people to jump
Oh, yes,
through.
we do. Yes.
Yeah.
we do.
So, do you find it inconsistent, this argument that everyone already abides by the law, but also it will be too inconsistent and onerous on them to be required to say that they comply with the law as part of that?
Well, yes. It's of course naive to suggest that everyone complies with the law. They don't always, but you know, if we're serious about doing procurement better, then we need to adjust the policies by which we're doing it. The current one's clearly not fit for purpose, so we need to adjust it. And I don't think that adjusting it is some revolution and creates a behemoth of red tape in which we will drown.
No. And are the ACT and Victoria drowning in red tape?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, the Queenslanders are about to engage on this process, and you know, it's why would New South Wales sit outside it all?
Exactly.
Thank you both very much for your evidence and appearing today and for your submissions. I think there were some questions taken on notice and there might be some supplementary questions. So the Secretariat will contact you both about those and you have 21 days to submit your response. Thank you both again very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll make you a union man one day.
Yes.
It has.
Well, no, I think it was. Just let you get some water. To you both, and thank you for your submission and making the time to come and give evidence here today. I'm Sarah Kane, I'm the chair of the committee. Before we begin, if you could both state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Jessup.
Matthew Jessup, Executive Officer of the New South Wales Wine Industry Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Krieger.
My name is Jeff Krieger. I'm the CEO of Brokenwood Wines, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either or both of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, I'll make a short statement, thank you. New South Wales is one of Australia's major wine producing states, responsible for 1/3 of national grape production, contributing $14 billion to the economy, employing over 53,000 people, while also being a major driver of domestic tourism and regional economies across New South Wales. New South Wales wine itself represents over 1,000 grape growers and wine producers across the state, which are overwhelmingly small to medium-sized businesses. Sydney is the largest market for wine in Australia. It is also home of the first vineyard planted in Australia, the oldest wines, while New South Wales is home to the oldest continuous wine region in Australia in the Hunter Valley. Despite all this, Greater Sydney restaurants, bars and clubs are not major consumers of New South Wales wine. Sydney wine lists comprise just 12% New South Wales wines on average, while 44% are imported. South Australian and Victorian wines both feature more prominently in Sydney than New South Wales wines do. The New South Wales Wine Industry Association supports, funds and delivers a range of initiatives annually to grow this segment of the Sydney market, but this is moving the dial very slowly. Many in the New South Wales wine industry continue to be frustrated and angered by this situation, but it is compounded further when they see their own state government using New South Wales taxpayers' money to fund venues, events and operators that promote and support competitors from interstate and overseas. While there are examples of the New South Wales government institutions, associated venues or events being highly supportive of local wines, like the ICC Sydney, New South Wales Parliament and New South Wales Government House, there are far too many examples of major state events and venues serving or being sponsored by Victorian, South Australian or New Zealand wines and businesses. The Sydney Opera House Bar, for example, claims that its bespoke, Aussie-focused wine list serves to spotlight the best winemakers in New South Wales. It serves 3 New South Wales wines out of 36, less than 10% and below the Sydney average, and lists no New South Wales winemaker by name, with these 3 wines being Opera House house wines only. And we can provide many examples like this. New South Wales Wine believes that when it comes to New South Wales taxpayers' money being spent, it makes sense to spend it supporting New South Wales businesses, and we're sure that most New South Wales taxpayers would agree with this sentiment. Forgetting the fact for a moment that the New South Wales government should have more pride in its local industry without having to be prompted, why should the New South Wales government be more supportive of French and Spanish wine producers than its own local businesses? Why should a New South Wales performing arts organisation, venues or events utilising state-owned premises and sponsorships be partnering with interstate and international wineries when they can support award-winning regional New South Wales businesses that create jobs in New South Wales? When it comes to major Sydney-based events and venues, we also think it's a case of putting our best foot forward and providing international tourists with a uniquely New South Wales experience that includes wines from the first state of wine in Australia, New South Wales. New South Wales Wine understands procurement is commercially driven, but it does not agree with anyone that argues equal value, quality, or varietal diversity cannot be found in our own state. Sadly, and for some reason, every other state in Australia seems to get the fact that supporting their local wine industry is good for them and good for the state. New South Wales Wine is asking the New South Wales Government to show leadership on this important matter and support a New South Wales first procurement policy for local wines for all government-owned, operated, leased and contracted venues and where the New South Wales Government is a major sponsor. The impact on the wine industry would be significant and positive. It would have zero impact on the New South Wales Government budget and be particularly valuable in today's challenging economic environment. New South Wales Wine believes that a New South Wales Government by New South Wales procurement policy for wine would provide a significant ongoing marketing boost for New South Wales wineries and our wine regions that would positively compound over time, support industry and government sustainability targets through significantly lower food miles, underpin a strengthening Sydney market for local wine, lessen our reliance on export markets, and also see the government put its local businesses first and be central to the state's offering to tourists, visitors, and its residents. Again, the impact on the New South Wales budget would be nil. This will cost the New South Wales taxpayer zero, but would provide significant support to a local wine industry that has been in operation for over 230 years. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jessup. Look, if I could just ask a few general questions to assist the committee's understanding. You spoke about the different, I guess, aspects of what you're talking about. So I think you spoke about events, venues and operators. I mean the venues seems quite straightforward. You mentioned the Opera House as one, but maybe if you could talk a little bit about what comprise of the other two aspects, and also what's the scale, have you estimated, of the type of market share or the market increase or that you would get from your proposed policy change?
So I think on events, so Destination New South Wales, let's just take one agency, run events of all size and scale throughout the year, and whether they buy New South Wales wine is left down to the individuals running that event, so it's patchwork at best, but overwhelmingly people do not purchase New South Wales wines. Those events could be small scale, localised things in wine regions. We have examples of Destination doing events in the Hunter Valley and serving South Australian wine, to major events that Destination or the New South Wales Government sponsors. So major sponsorships through things like Vivid, Fringe and all these other festivals, Sydney Festival, across the year. As to scale, it would be significant. We know the ICC, so we use the ICC as a good example a lot because they're 100% New South Wales wine. Their procurement policy doesn't stipulate that they have to be. It just says where it's commercially viable and it makes sense. And even within that framework, they're 100% New South Wales wine. They've consumed 400,000 bottles, or purchased.
Well, someone has.
Someone has. They've purchased 400,000 bottles of local New South Wales wine over the last 7 years. Their annual food and beverage bill is anywhere from $10 to $15 million annually, with a portion of that obviously being on wine.
I was going to ask you about the good examples that you do mention. So you say it's not mandatory. So how have we ended up with these good examples? What's been the impetus for
Desire.
Okay.
Good operators who want to put New South Wales first.
Okay.
And they see it obviously as a commercial advantage.
Yep.
to say that they put New South Wales first in terms of their procurement for sustainability reasons, for food mile reasons, to support their local operators. When you're running the International Convention Centre, it makes sense to say that you're supporting New South Wales operators. I find it confounding that it takes us to front a parliamentary inquiry into New South Wales procurement practices to discuss the fact that New South Wales government operators fail to support New South Wales wines.
Can I ask, though, in terms of the structure of the sector, so when you're talking about New South Wales operators, so there would be some venues that are operated by the government, but wouldn't there be some where there's outsourced sort of providers?
Sure.
Just trying to sort of get my head around the structure of
Sure,
that.
there are. I mean, a good example might be the SCG, where the operator has outsourced to an external party. There's no reason that when that tender goes into place, it can't have a procurement policy similar to the ICC's, which states where practicable, that operator will support New South Wales wineries or New South Wales beef producers or New South Wales sheep producers or poultry producers. There's no reason that cannot happen.
Can I ask, you mentioned, Mr. Jessup, in your opening statement about, I think you said not just frustration but anger in terms of your membership. Have there been particular cases or examples from your members where efforts have been made to perhaps approach and have been rebuffed? Or could you give us a bit more detail around that?
I think Jeff Krieger probably has a good example that's Brokenwood related.
Do you want me to talk about the Opera House?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, please, Mr. Krieger.
So the Opera House tenders for wine supply, for sponsorship, correct myself. Sydney Symphony Orchestra partners with a wine producer annually. And Brokenwood certainly has been part of that for a number of years. And this year we got to the final point of tender and they decided that they would go with a Chinese-owned South Australian-based wine producer. Fair enough. But if the tender process was written where those operators that are using New South Wales government-owned facilities, where practicable, supported New South Wales wines, we would not be in a position where patrons of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra, when having a glass of wine before they attend an event, we're drinking a Chinese-owned South Australian-based wine.
Were you given any feedback?
The only feedback was that the other operator had come in with a superior value of dollars paid in order to get on the list there or to take the position.
Okay, so we've been having a discussion in this committee over some period of time about value and what value means. So you're suggesting that in the example you've given, value was equated explicitly with cost?
Yeah, yes, and sponsorship dollars paid.
Right.
And we don't believe that that is necessarily value for consumers or for New South Wales taxpayers.
So what would you prefer to see taken into account when considering value?
We'd love to see a whole lot of things taken into account, like sustainability, food miles, value for New South Wales taxpayers in terms of supporting New South Wales owned and operated businesses. See our taxpayers' dollars going towards supporting New South Wales owned and operated businesses.
Okay. So that does lead me to another question that was raised by that example. So when you're talking about what you would like to see, what you and your association would like to see, you're talking not only about the production based in New South Wales, but ownership, Australian or New South Wales ownership. Is that what you're...
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think Mr. Krieger mentioned that the South Australian successful bid was owned by a Chinese company. Is that
Correct.
I think there's probably just an added frustration that not only is it not a local producer, it's a non-Australian owned South Australian producer.
Okay. And just again, please excuse me because I confess to not knowing a lot about the wine industry anywhere, New South Wales included. What are we looking at in terms of foreign ownership as opposed to local ownership in the New South Wales industry?
Very small.
Right.
Yeah. So we're overwhelmingly in New South Wales small and medium-sized businesses. Huge amount of family-owned businesses still in this state.
Right.
We have several very large producers in our inland region in the Riverina. But if you think of every other region you would drink wine from, Hunter Valley, Mudgee, Orange, Murray Bateman, they're overwhelmingly small to medium-sized businesses.
Family-owned operators.
They are, yeah.
Okay. In your submission, you speak particularly to the terms of reference E about evaluation criteria and weightings with regards to local content, value for money. Some of these things we've already touched upon, but you also talk about environmental considerations. Could you talk us through what you mean by that and what your thinking is around that?
So I guess when it comes to emissions as an industry, I think 70% of our emissions are scope 3, so outside the farm gates, that's just logistics, transport, moving wine around. So broadly speaking, as an industry, if we're going to lower our footprint, we need to do better with those food miles once the wine leaves the winery. When it comes to international wine, if you import a case of wine from, let's say, France, from the other side of the world, I think your emissions are... the emissions of a local thing is 10% of a French case of wine. So by buying local wine, there's a massive savings on emissions. And I've got the number here, I think, but it's relatively... I haven't got the CO2 number, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We can get that to you.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, thank you, and I'm sure my colleague would be interested in that as well. You were also talking about New South Wales being a bit behind the game, so to speak, in terms of other jurisdictions and what happens there. We are, of course, interested in understanding how we compare to other jurisdictions. Could you talk us through, I guess, the most relevant jurisdictions? I mean, and it might not just be in Australia, there might be comparable...
Look, we were talking about this before. I think probably just a bit of context is, so South Australia overwhelmingly drinks South Australian wine, but also I think South Australia or Adelaide, there are more just South Australians in Adelaide that have grown up in Adelaide. I think it's 55% of Sydney siders, right, were born overseas. So you might, like I grew up in New Zealand, probably knew a bit more about New Zealand wine earlier in my life. So look, that will always exist. Sydney historically has never drunk a huge amount of New South Wales wine. It's hovered anywhere from 10 to 20% where it sits on wine lists. But I think, forgetting that for a second, we just think the government could really take a bit of leadership here and put a bit of a marker down and say, well, we will only buy New South Wales wine.
And if you travel to Perth, you'll only drink Western Australian wines because that's all they have on their wine lists. Same in South Australia. Victoria, even in Melbourne, they list twice as many Victorian wines on Melbourne wine lists as you will see here in Sydney. So, yeah, there is a great opportunity for the government to lead without costing taxpayers a cent.
As it goes with, add one more thing, and as it goes with, I guess, government institutions, so there's a version of me in every other state, and we have this conversation. It doesn't come up for them as the heads of their state associations, because apparently their government institutions do just use local producers when they partner with someone. And so, for example, with the Symphony Orchestra, because Brokenwood obviously didn't get that here in New South Wales, like in Melbourne, they use Tarawara, a local Victorian producer. In Adelaide, they use Hentley Farm from Barossa. In Perth, they use Voyager from Margaret River. And in Tasmania, they use the local Iron House winery. So, it's sort of...
So just so that I'm clear on this, so what you're suggesting is general consumption in the other states are higher of local wines.
Correct.
And that's reflected in government institutions. So there's no particular mandate or policy that's operating in those jurisdictions. It's just simply a reflection of consumption in...
It's generally a reflection of desire by those governments to support their local Indigenous industries.
Okay. And again, sorry, just digging on this a little bit to see what could be helpful for us.
Please.
So when you say it's a reflection of the local desire, is that expressed anywhere in a policy document or...?
No, it's not. And I guess the point I was trying to make before, it's never had to be, because it's just naturally the government at their venues and whatever it is, they support their local producers. No one's ever formalising it in a procurement policy.
Well, I think a good example is Victorian government support of the Victorian Wine Industry Association in terms of dollars.
Yes, I mean, the other states do receive significantly more funding for their wine industries.
Right.
And even though Melbourne consumes significantly more local wine than Sydney does, and their institutions generally use local producers as their partners. There's, for example, I think it's next week is Drink Victoria Month, where the government, will put several $1 million just into campaigns to get Melbourne drinking more Victorian wine.
Right. Okay.
I mean, we'd love to see that as well.
Okay. Okay, and the other kind of question, I guess, economically, is it seems to me that you're suggesting that because of the difference in market share, I guess, of New South Wales wines in New South Wales, that one of the additional benefits of including New South Wales wines in those venues and with those operators is exposure to the market. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And have you done any modelling on the types of flow-on effects or benefits that might be seen to your industry or the economy more broadly?
We don't have any numbers. We do know, like, more exposure to New South Wales wines. Like, the other side of that coin, right, is hopefully tourism visits out to our wine regions. And we did see a bit of that during the COVID period, but there's been no, like, formal modelling or anything done.
Okay. And have there been particular growers or winemakers amongst your membership that have been better than others at securing access to government venues, or has it been across the board?
It really is across the board, but I could probably speak on that. My company, Brokenwood Wines, is an overnight sensation after 54 years in business. We're owned by a dysfunctional family of 23 shareholders, all residing in New South Wales.
You know this is on transcript now.
I do. I'm also speaking under privilege.
Yes, indeed.
And we've worked really hard at making the best quality wine that we possibly can, and we've been very successful at that. And there's a there's a public company which owns Australia's unofficial database of collectible Australian wines. It's called the Langton's Collection of Collectible Australian Wines. There's one New South Wales wine that's been at the very highest level, called Exceptional, for the last 25 years, and that is Brokenwood Graveyard Vineyard Shiraz, I'm very proud to say. And we have won countless awards at wine shows around the country and around the world. We're a very highly regarded winery, and we work very hard at that. I employ 80 staff in regional New South Wales, and we're very proud of that as well. We produce outstanding internationally acclaimed wines, and we find it very difficult to accept that New South Wales owned or operated outlets here in Sydney fail to support New South Wales wines. It can't be an issue with quality, and it can't be an issue with price. It's just, I think we just need, as a government, to say that we're going to put a line in the sand and we're going to issue a policy that says, where practicable, New South Wales government will support New South Wales wines on New South Wales operated wine lists. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's a very simple thing to do. It will be a great piece of PR for the New South Wales government to be able to step out of this meeting and say that they were going to do it. It has no cost implication to the government budget at all.
Okay, because that was going to be my final question to you. There weren't, heavily implied, but there weren't specific recommendations in your submission. So the single recommendation, or would there be others? The single recommendation is a policy development which supports local producers. Is there anything sort of adjacent to that, Mr. Jessup, that you would recommend?
So to use the exact wording that the ICC has in its documents are, where practicable, the operator will maximise the use of local sources of supply, where they compete both commercially and technically with non-local products. We would like to see that in all tender documents.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Diadam has a
Sorry, I just
question.
wanted to ask, is this the first time you've put forward this proposition to government?
No. So we started having this conversation as part of our election priorities before the last state election, and we've had this conversation with several current ministers. We've never had any opposition or pushback. Everyone thinks it makes sense. People don't understand why it doesn't already happen. And again, it would be a good news story in what are some challenging times at the moment. But yeah, we've talked about it lots. I think no one just knows what the next step is.
I think the government has just failed to act on this.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over now to the opposition. Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, and I can't say I disagree with anything that you've said so far, but potentially there are other decisions of government. Mr. Craig, what's been the impact on your company of the decision by the Chinese government to, in fact, increase its supply of Australian-made wine?
Are you referring?
Have you got more access to the Chinese market now?
Yes, you're referring to the removal of the 212% punitive tariffs on
Correct.
Australian wine?
Correct.
So I've just had my National Sales and Export Manager go to China as part of a New South Wales government delegation.
Yes.
And he has come back with orders for approximately $15,000 worth of wine. So China will reopen, but their economy is in not a great shape.
Yep.
There have been other operators move in to take up the space that Australian producers had been enjoying up until the 3 years of punitive tariffs.
Yep.
So China will come back, but it will be a slow burn. It's not going to be a immediate recovery of Australian wine exports to China.
So
There's $2 billion litres of excess wine sitting in tank, barrel and bottle around Australia that was earmarked to go to China.
And did any other Australian wine producers do better?
Treasury, the world's largest single-play wine company, was in a position, I think it's been widely reported that it sold $83 million worth of wine to China in the last month.
So other states have trade commissioners in those jurisdictions. New South Wales doesn't.
Correct.
So does it impact on our ability to promote your product that we don't have a New South Wales trade commissioner?
I think most certainly. The more people that are specialists in getting trade moving,
So
is very positive.
A decision to remove the New South Wales trade commissioners and represent local industry in foreign jurisdictions does impact on your industry,
Barrow.
does it not?
Poor Barra.
Does it not?
The more staff we have overseas in markets where we sell wine is more helpful.
Yeah, and to the extent that there's a variety of things which impact on your industry, is access to markets is really something
wouldn't
which
think
is at
they'd
the
ever mention it
forefront
again,
of
would you?
the representation
Really, it's
for
brave.
your industry, and anything that governments can do to increase your access to markets, whether it be in New South Wales, whether it be in other states or overseas, would be welcomed by you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, if decisions were made by other jurisdictions to reduce or to increase tariffs on Australian products by way of reprisals for decisions which were made in New South Wales, that would be disadvantageous. It follows, does it not?
Certainly.
So, just in terms of the specific matter which you raise, generally is it not the case that the New South Wales organisations which you refer to are something like, say, Venues New South Wales, and that's a corporate entity which in fact operates various sporting facilities in New South Wales, the Sydney Cricket Ground, for example, and they do in fact then sublet a catering contract, do they not?
Yes.
Who operates the catering contract for Venues New South Wales?
Well, they're different, but I think, for example, at Allianz at the moment, it's Maryvale.
Yes, it is.
So Maryvale, when you make a tender for supply, the contract that you have or would be seeking to enter into would be with Maryvale, would it not?
Yes, and our suggestion is that in those tender documents,
No. So, is the submission you're making in terms of this inquiry that when Venues New South Wales enters into an arrangement with Maryvale, that has a provision in it that Maryvale will source its product?
Correct.
So it's interfering, in a sense.
Well, interfering is probably not the word that we would use.
I'm sorry, I was withdrawing that, but it is being involved in that contract with Maryvale to say, we like you as an organisation to run our catering, but here is just one thing which is
It's just a contract, isn't it?
important. Well, does that apply? And you made reference to this. Should they also be saying to Maryvale, use New South Wales beef, use New South Wales eggs, use New South Wales everything else?
Why not?
No.
I think it's very good for sustainability purposes. It's great for the New South Wales taxpayer.
I don't see a problem with
You don't see a problem?
I will say though,
that. For government venues.
that there does seem to be more awareness around food miles with produce
Yep.
than there does with wine. I think people seem to understand a bit quicker that they want their beef to come from down the road and not Suffolk.
Do they do that at the moment? Does the Venues New South Wales make that decision or have any requirements relating to the purchasing policy of Maryvale or the
No.
procurement policy of Maryvale? Because it's their procurement policy which is in fact sourcing wines from other states.
Correct. There seems no is the answer
Yep.
to that. However, should it be? Yes.
Keep going, Damien.
Yeah, you might not have an answer to that, but could you foresee that there may be some legal problems in relation to that issue?
We've had these conversations with certain people
Yeah.
in the government, and they see absolutely no issue to it. Even if it was more of a carrot approach rather than stick, and
Yep.
just local content targets.
And no constitutional problems that you would foresee? I don't know if I don't want you to have to give a legal opinion on a constitutional issue.
I'm not going to give a legal opinion on constitutional
Fair
law.
enough.
But if we specified a particular state for providing its content and another state objected to that? See, but you've indicated in your evidence that other states don't have a procurement policy which they just do it.
But what we have indicated is the International Convention Centre states in its procurement policy and has obviously taken legal advice to say that it can do that.
Or may have done.
Or may have done.
Yeah.
Does is the important
Correct.
part.
Yeah, but other states just do it rather than having it as part of a
To the
procurement
best of our
policy.
knowledge. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, we haven't taken legal advice or asked them about their legal
No,
advice.
I'm totally on side with everything that you are saying, and to the extent that my friends over here might suggest that using New South Wales beef and New South Wales eggs, and I'm very, very, very happy with that. But there appears to be potentially some issues which surround that, which would be open to challenge, and that's why other states have imbued within themselves an acceptance that promoting New South Wales should be just part of our culture.
Yeah, I think that's the frustration, right? If it's part of the culture in South Australia and in Tasmania and Victoria, so everyone just does it, no matter where they are at what level of government. They realise if they're. So to use another example, like a producer and a member of ours was a keynote speaker last week at a Destination New South Wales event. As a thank you, they gave her a bottle of South Australian wine. Like, that just does not happen in other states. And so, because culturally we don't have this embedded in us here in New South Wales, that's why we would like to see prompting and some framing in procurement documents, because we don't think people are like out there purposely doing the wrong thing. Like, I don't think there are people across Destination New South Wales just trying to push South Australian wine. People just go and buy a bottle of wine, or they just cater something at a certain price point. So we think some framing, and some context and some prompting if it's a carrot to go that right direction, would make people.
In terms of the procurement policy adopted by New South Wales institutions or agencies, do they sometimes have sponsorship arrangements which they also engage in as part of? And I think
Yep.
Procurement Wood is part of some sponsorship arrangements.
Many.
Many, indeed.
But
So
a
is
good
a
example-
component of the tendering process not only potentially the cost point for the supply of the product, but also the promotional aspect which they ask you to be involved in?
And it works both ways. For instance, the ICC sponsors the New South Wales Wine Awards and makes its venue available for the judging of and promotion of New South Wales wines.
Yep.
And that is a cost to the ICC, but they see it as part of their charter to promote the wines and produce of New South Wales. And certainly, individual operators as well as the industry is more than happy to carry its share of the burden of promotion and activity in order to make the good people of New South Wales aware of our produce. There's no question of that. We're just simply saying that in terms of procurement, it would be great if New South Wales government did something that cost taxpayers nothing, but led the way in terms of being proud of the wines of this state by making them available as a gift at a guest speaking gig for Destination New South Wales.
Is the Sydney
events.
Symphony Orchestra, they're funded by the New South Wales government, but they're a separate legal entity, are they not?
They are.
So when they make a decision to seek sponsorship or to provide at their events wine from South Australia, that's a separate legal identity.
Our view is that the government funding provided to many of these institutions is far more significant than the
Indeed.
sense they're saving on some of these sponsorship opportunities.
I was going to come to that. Is that a condition of the funding grants could, in fact, create a circumstance whereby they specified that in relation to catering facilities, they would use New South Wales.
Correct.
Exactly. And in the case of the Symphony Orchestra, I think their patron is the Governor of New South Wales. She's also our patron. And so she sits as patron of New South Wales wine and then patron on another for another institution where they use South Australian wine. So there's just...
I've got no further questions.
Unless
you do.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Ms. Mendel.
That's okay.
You've got one?
Quickly, is it possible on notice to provide us with a copy of the relevant section of the ICC procurement policy? I think that'd be useful.
That would be.
Yep.
I also wanted to ask, I know I've already asked you about the sort of explicit recommendation and you've suggested it's that policy area, but isn't it also true that what we've been talking about is in consideration of whatever that policy might look like, that we do have to have that broader understanding about what value is and what value for money is? There's no point having a clause which says, we should where practicable, if it's not at least partially married with an understanding that a broader consideration of what constitutes value is considered. Is that reasonable?
And is a consideration of value support for local state businesses? Does that feed into it?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because if you just have that nudge, I think you might have called it, without some consideration that value needs to be considered beyond the bottom line price, then you might not get the outcome that you're looking for. So you need more than...
No,
Just in relation to that then, can I put this definition to you? That a definition of value for money should be looking at the total benefit to the community and measuring the costing in its most transparent way. It's not just about securing the lowest price. It's about highest quality.
yes, and supporting local
He's just
businesses,
quoting
yes.
the procurement policy.
Like, I mean, look, on the price
He's
point...
quoting the procurement policy.
on,
I gotcha.
On price, our view is there is no argument to be made that you cannot find the same quality at the same price points in New South Wales. Like that's, you can.
Sorry.
You're right, Mr. Chair.
I just wanted to ask you that you've outed a few organisations today, and I think the Sydney Symphony Orchestra and
We've got a
the
heap
Opera
of
House.
examples.
Are there any other ones you want to out while we're at it?
Yeah.
We can. Sydney Fringe Festival, their major wine sponsor is Victorian producer Innocent Bystander.
And again, they're sponsored by the New South Wales government.
We should cover this.
Australian Fashion Week, sponsored by Wins Coonawarra.
Held in Sydney.
But it's held in Sydney.
It's held in Sydney. Mardi Gras, Squealing Pig, New Zealand wine producer. The Sydney Opera House, I've already said 3 out of 36 wines are from New South Wales. Allianz Stadium, Toddy's at the moment, has 0 New South Wales wines by the glass. Allianz Stadium Burts have 1 New South Wales wine by the glass. The Vivid launch in 2022 and 2023, 0 New South Wales wines available at the MCA launch event. The 50th anniversary event of New South Wales Vietnam Trade, 0 New South Wales wines served.
I probably shouldn't have asked you to out them all, but anyway.
The New South Wales Tourism,
That's a good question.
the New South Wales Tourism Awards in 2022.
New South Wales Tourism Awards.
Sol had no New South Wales wine. After complaints from local producers, we helped them last year with finding some wine, and they had 3 out of 4 wines were from New South Wales. Still not 100% for the New South Wales Tourism Awards. Art Gallery of New South Wales, 10 out of 30 wines from New South Wales. It goes on and on.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question, Mr. Tudhope. Are there any further questions? No? Ms. Merton? Mr. Tudhope? We thank you very much for your submission and making the time available to appear for us today. It was very interesting and a bit of a learning curve, I think, particularly for me. Doesn't know much about wine. I think you have taken a couple of things on notice, and it might also be that there are supplementary questions from the committee. The Secretariat will get in touch about those, and you have 21 days to respond. Thank you again for coming
Thank you.
on.
Let's hope something positive comes out of it for New South Wales producers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today. If I could please ask each of you to give your name and position and then swear either an oath or affirmation. Ms. Ho, if we could start with you.
Yep. Toy Ho, a Senior Consultant at ICN New South Wales.
Thank you.
I'll do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Ian Hudson. I'm the Executive Director of Industry Capability Network New South Wales. And the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we begin with questions, would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, thanks. So I might just introduce ICN to those people who are not aware of us already. The company is a not-for-profit company based in New South Wales, and we've been going for about 40 years. It's come together originally as the Industrial Supplies Office, and came together through a collaboration between what is now AI Group, Business New South Wales, and the New South Wales Council of Trade Unions. So we were the second ICN to be set up, ISO in those days, to be set up in Australia. So it started in Victoria first, and then New South Wales followed quickly thereafter, both in the same year. Our role today is very much aligned with what we started as, but we have moved with the times a bit, and we do things differently to how it was done back then. Our role is to identify local suppliers that can participate in procurement opportunities. So these days, to do that, we have a tool called ICN Gateway, recently named Gateway by ICN, and it's a nationally available tool. It's used by all of the ICNs within Australia, and if there were one, in New Zealand as well. And it's a place where people can go and create their capability profile, so they're telling us about themselves, a bit like a resume. And once they've done that, they can receive email notifications about opportunities, and those opportunities come from our consultants meeting with buyers, finding out what their requirements are, and then we post those requirements onto Gateway. An email goes out, and then any company that's interested in that work can put in an expression of interest down to the individual work package level. In New South Wales, we've got a database of about 18,000 companies, and within that group we can identify whether they're small, medium or large. We can identify if they're Indigenous or not, and then we have lots of information about what they offer, what they manufacture locally, if it's a manufactured item, obviously where they're located, but if they have several locations, where they are, and also any contacts that they wish to list. They can list as many contacts as they want. And then we get down to accreditation, so ISO 9001 and all of those others, they're also there so that people can identify if they have those. The reason we have that information is that when they put in an expression of interest, we provide the information they've provided in the expression of interest, which can be no more than their profile, or it could be responses to specific questions. We combine that with their profile, information from their profile, and we send that through to the buyer. And then the buyer is able to go through that summary information line by line and determine which of those companies it wants to take to the next step. And that next step might be a tender, or it could be a quote. And the objective is, if people are looking for Indigenous businesses, they can find them. If they're looking for businesses that are very close to the project, because we do a lot of regional work, they can find them. So it's good for regional development as well. So that's about it. I think that's all I really need to say. If there's any questions, I'm happy to respond to any questions about what ICN does and how we do it. Now, our submission was really just responding to each of the items,
Yes.
very plainly, I'm afraid. I've looked at other people's submissions. They weren't quite as bland.
I thought it was very helpful to have it set out in that way,
Good.
Mr. Hudson.
Okay, if we ever do another one, we'll do it in that way.
Yes.
And so in our submission, we just tried to cover off our experience as we deal with a lot of government procurements, not directly, but through whoever is the contractor for that work. And then we also monitor tenders coming through, so that if there is an opportunity that we know businesses, particular businesses, may not have been made aware of because they don't look in government tenders, their type of work, then we'll bring that to their attention and let them know it's happening. And then we have 4 regional consultants, one in Newcastle, one in Wollongong, one in Wagga, and one in Orange. We're about to appoint one in northern New South Wales as well. And they cover the regions quite well. They're part of the local business ecosystem, if I can call it that. So they know a lot of the businesses. They know about the projects that are coming through. and they also have connections with the local business networks and other networks that exist.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hudson, for that. I have got quite a few questions, but I might go to the ones which relate to evidence we've received from other witnesses this morning first. In your very helpful table in your submission, responding to term of reference D, you talk about or suggest that there should be a certification for occupational health and safety management systems, and it should be valued in tender responses because it would lead to more workers being protected at work, etc. Could you speak to that recommendation, please, and what perhaps was the driver behind including that?
Yeah, it's a bit like all of the requirements that might come through in a tender. If they're being asked for, they're there for a purpose, but when it comes to the price, or the evaluation of value for money, they're not taken into account. So if there is a requirement for occupational health and safety, then it should be included in the calculation of the weighting or the score for that particular tender.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You also, I saw you here through the evidence of the wine industry. Obviously, they are local suppliers. I wanted to just out of interest see if you had any reflections on the evidence you just heard.
My view is a little bit different to theirs because we see the other ICNs in the other states. We know how they operate, and the Victorian model is a bit different to ours. They have the local jobs first policy, and even though the word Victoria may not appear very many times throughout that, it is all, as I say in here, it's all about ensuring that Victorians get preference in local procurements, which is a good thing in itself, except that with the same as when we had tariffs, they lead to a little bit of fat getting into businesses, and Australia is not big enough for us to be sustained in many industries just on local volumes. We need to be export fit for export, and therefore if we add fat, and we do add a lot of, that's another point, we add a lot of overhead through good things, but with the fat it does make us not competitive. So best to have a good competitive marketplace, this is my view, and then we have better businesses as a result. They're always trying to reduce costs and do a better job. The overhead things I spoke about, it might be environmental requirements and worker health and safety. They're very important, but if somebody's comparing something from New South Wales versus somewhere overseas in a less developed economy, then they'll find that if they delve into it, they'll find that the other economy is not requiring the same standard of worker health and safety and environmental protection. So you can't compare apples with apples there. They're quite different, but it doesn't generally get taken into account. There needs to be, I know that in Europe they were considering an extra duty or something on imports that came from countries that didn't embrace the same environmental requirements. There almost needs to be like an adjustment factor applied based on the conditions that exist in the other countries, so that people are comparing like items, and that local industry is not being disadvantaged by having better protection of the environment and its people. We all want a high standard of living, and part of that is being able to come home from work in a safe manner.
So it's that sort of adjustment factor that you're talking about. Does that also apply? I noticed that the final comment in your submission is about modern slavery and the danger of procuring products that are made through modern slavery-like conditions. So are you suggesting that kind of adjustment be considered, or how else are you thinking this might be addressed?
It'd be a subjective assessment, unfortunately, but it can be done. It must be done, I believe, to make things equal. Modern slavery, if you buy from an Australian company, the chance, I'm not saying there is no chance, but the chance is less of modern slavery being an issue than if you're buying from overseas. and in certain regions of the world, of course.
Thank you, and that has been held up by the report from the Anti-Slavery Commission in New South Wales, exactly that point. You mentioned in your talking about ICN and what it does, you talk about a supply chain mapping process that you note supports buyers and decision makers regarding major projects and foreign investments. And we've kind of tangentially touched on supply chains this morning as well. Could you talk me through what that process is? And you also note tools in other jurisdictions that are helpful with this aspect.
Right, so the supply chain map is looking at the procurement well before it actually commences, and it's more desk research, but does involve a lot of sending emails from the desk and contacting companies, etc. So we have a database, as I said, of about 18,000 New South Wales companies, and if we know that a major project is coming up and it requires certain equipment or services, then we can interrogate our database, identify the companies that can provide all those things, and then put together a report that says this is how many companies do this, this is how many companies do that. And if there are no companies that can do something that's required, we can go outside our own database, look for other sources, and if we do that, we'll perhaps add some more to the numbers. And if there's none, then we can suggest potential suppliers that don't currently make or supply what's required, but do something in an adjacent industry. So oil and gas into hydrogen is a good example where they are used to a lot of the requirements of that industry that can be brought across into hydrogen. So it's not such a big step to move across, and therefore they have the potential to supply. And with that sort of mapping and the kind of information and the report that you obviously deliver out of that, is that requested by agencies that are putting out a tender, or where does your part fit in the process? Who requests that information? Where does it go? So we do it for agencies. It's a fairly... Do they request it of you, or you do it when you see a tender and then you... Both. So we have responded to a tender once. We haven't done a lot of them. We've probably done 4 in total at this stage. We've done 1 from a tender and 2 where we had a relationship with the agency. We knew they were heading down a certain path for a procurement, and so we've provided this information to them as part of our contract. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask a little bit about some of the specific aspects of the procurement process that you refer to in your submission. And one of them was panels as a barrier to engagement. I think the words used were that panels create roadblocks. Could you explain that a bit? And it's unintended, of course. Panels are generally a good idea, but from what I've observed, and I put a case in there about a signage issue, they do need to be monitored to make sure that they're refreshed. So in that particular panel, the number of suppliers had diminished because some of the businesses had stopped supplying for one reason or another. So there were fewer businesses supplying, but there was no opening for new suppliers to come in and replace those ones that had exited. And as a result, there was a capable supplier that could have supplied into these projects, but was unable to because they were not on the panel. Right, okay, thank you. You note that the organisation has been around in one form or another for about 40 years. That gives, quite a bit of sight, I guess, across changes. And I wondered if you had any views about changes that have taken place across procurement, and anything that you think is valuable from the past that we might look to. I haven't been with the organisation for 40 years, I'm pleased to say. Toy's been with the organisation for about 14 and me 13. So, and my first role was in Aboriginal business, so it was a specific role looking at trying to get more procurement from Aboriginal businesses. So what has changed is, well, it's like a continuum with all new procurement things, in that when I started, there were requirements for companies to engage Aboriginal businesses, as an example. And certain agencies had a percentage that needed to be met and some didn't. So then there was a general requirement for all agencies to have Aboriginal requirements in their policies. Then people were submitting tenders saying we'll do this, this and this, and it was great. You know, they were going to help Aboriginal businesses, but those requirements or those commitments didn't make it from the tender into the contract. And so, whoops, that didn't work. We'll try something else. So then they came into the contract. And so now they're in the contract, and what people are doing, Transport in particular, they're very good. They've gone beyond just putting it in the contract and making it a requirement or a demand, and they actually have the regional rail project in Dubbo is a great example, where they've had a group coming together on a regular basis called JSIP, Job Skills and Industry Participation, from different different stakeholders in the region, and had them working on how they can get more local businesses involved in that project. Sometimes it's skills, sometimes it's just knowing about them, sometimes it's somebody actually pulling them in and making sure that company is up to speed with what needs to be done. So there's continuing with all these things, and as I said, Transport is good because they're a bit more advanced than other agencies, but we can see the other agencies moving forward, the ones we're involved with.
Okay.
And previously we had a local jobs policy as well within New South Wales, where there was a 20% weighting for New South Wales businesses. That got abolished a number of years ago, and it didn't work very well at all in terms of the companies that were putting in these local jobs companies in their tenders were essentially just putting them because of an address that they had in New South Wales. They weren't looking at their capabilities. So when that was abolished and it was gone to market to see who's got the capabilities, who's got the capacity to do the work, it actually did open things up a little bit more for local businesses, because they can prove that they had the ability to tender properly for the work and do the work as well.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that you raise is weightings in your commentary, and you note that weightings in tender documents can be really broad, so it could be 60% price, 40% non-price. How does this impact on local suppliers' ability to tender, particularly SMEs?
Yeah, so imagine yourself sitting down trying to write a tender that is going to meet the requirements of the buyer. If they say we're going to give 60% weighting to non-price matters, they probably would say also that these are the elements that are important to us. But it's very hard to say, well, I can make this change to my offering, but will it be valued when I put that into my price, or is it going to cause me to lose the work? So I believe it should be open and transparent, rather than only the people behind the tendered wall knowing what the actual requirements will be and how each of the elements will be weighted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I wonder, I mean, obviously you deal with a lot of local suppliers. And you've covered off on some of the aspects of the terms of reference, but I wondered if you had to sort of sum up what are the key barriers for local suppliers in New South Wales accessing government procurement spend, what would be the key barriers?
Mm-hmm. One would be that, excuse me, There's a downside to not having any requirements for local content, and that is that the people making the decisions feel like they're not empowered at all to give any preference to New South Wales businesses. So you've got sort of two ends of the spectrum. One is having rules, which came to mind while the wine people were talking, that it might be unconstitutional, but I'm not a lawyer. I do suggest you get a lawyer to clarify that, because there's something about trade across borders in the Constitution, and I feel that's being violated. And where was I?
I was asking about barriers, and you were talking about yes.
Okay, so that's no rules at all. You end up with the people evaluating the tenders feeling totally unempowered to give a sensible decision of buying locally, which might even be just fewer carbon miles or whatever you want to call it, through to having strict rules and creating protectionist environment. The tendering system is very open, so anybody can submit a tender in response to an RFT, which is fine, except it's wasting a lot of, especially small and medium-sized businesses' time, where they don't have any hope of getting that work, and here they are spending probably days and distracting themselves from their business when they really didn't have a chance of being able to get that work. So being able to spell that out up front in the tender so that people can self-select with the criteria, for example, would make that process easier. And as I said in my submission, once they've tried once or twice, they give up and throw their hands up, because they say, well, we put all this work in, we didn't get anything, we're not going to worry anymore. So the other barriers would be, I can quote, well, I won't get into too much specifics, but a particular large piece of equipment that's used by state governments and all state governments, if it's being procured in Victoria, there's a preference for Victoria. Or maybe I said it in here. If it's being procured in Queensland, it's preference for Queensland. But in New South Wales, no preference. So the New South Wales producers are competing with Victorian and Queensland companies. But if they want to sell into Victoria or Queensland, they're at a disadvantage. So they want to get scale, but they're being encouraged to have a manufacturing facility in New South Wales, not so much, but also in Victoria and Queensland. And all it does is split the volume across several manufacturing plants, and that's just not good. Not good for anybody. And if you want to be globally competitive, it's important to be consistent and having product going through your line day in, day out, so you can get good at it, know what the future holds, order accordingly, etc. And so that brings me to another barrier, and that is that the procurements are often quite lumpy. And I see this as being addressed to a certain extent with the latest round of buses, that government procurement typically says we want it, and we want it by a certain date, and we want it all. And if there's been any delay in preparation of the RFT, then that comes, the end date doesn't change. It's coming off the time that the tenderer has to respond. And as I've said in the submission, if they know early enough, they can plan with development of skills, development of equipment, investment in new equipment, etc. And then if that procurement is a consistent long-term number rather than we want them all next week, it's a lot better to run a manufacturing plant with steady ongoing work than trying to make 100 next week and then none for the next 6 weeks.
So if planned in a particular way, then there is the capacity for government procurement spend to act as a stabiliser for the market to allow the planning and development of particular organisations or industries.
Definitely. It would help to stabilise it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things that are only procured by governments, well, mostly procured by governments, and I wouldn't like to be on the end of that chain. It's very jerky.
Thank you very much.
Another barrier that has been conveyed to us is that specifications in government tenders are quite outdated with some of the goods that go into certain, buildings or projects. They're not with the times, and yet they keep being specified. And so the manufacturers that are competing for these tenders don't make these products anymore, and yet they're spec out of these tenders because of that. So it's an endless loop for them. They can't get in the tender. They go and speak to the architects, and the architects say, well, this is what's been specified. We can't change that. It's a long process to change it, and so they then can't tender for it. So they talk to the architects, and it's just an endless loop. So they have asked us to speak to the relevant government departments to see if they can, get it re-specified, and it's in the too hard basket.
I think there's some work done, I think, both here in Victoria about some of the construction specs, particularly
Yes.
environmental standards.
Yeah.
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Thanks, and thanks for coming today. The definition of local content that you have adopted is defined as Australia and New Zealand. That would, of course, mitigate against what the wine industry was advocating on us, as you've heard before. And I think you did make the observation that it may be unconstitutional. Not that you're representing yourself as a constitutional lawyer, but it may be unconstitutional if interstate trade was not completely free, which seems to be the definition adopted by the Australian Constitution. So a proposal for local content to prioritise that in procurement tendering, that preference be given to New South Wales organisations. Would you see that as a problem?
Well, yes and no. I would see it as a problem to the extent that it creates protectionism. I would not see it a problem in that it empowers the decision makers to actually give some preference to local content.
Okay. Some of the policies which you did identify in your submission, which did seem to work well, were you identified, I think, the Aboriginal procurement policy. You think that, as adopted by the New South Wales Procurement Board, that works well?
Yep, I believe so. It's been revised several times, so it's gradually been improved, and it works well.
And in terms of a model, if you wanted to prioritise a particular outcome, is that a model you would potentially embrace? So, say we wanted to include more some other social outcome, that would be a potentially a model that could be adopted.
Well, it's not perfect. It allows what's referred to as black cladding, where a company will do a JV with some Aboriginal people to create another business, which is essentially the original business. And also the social benefit of providing orders to an Aboriginal business is going to a business owner. So it's somebody who's already fairly successful in being able to gain finance and pay bills and that sort of thing. So it's not helping...
Doesn't help someone get into the...
Yeah, and it's not getting down to the Aboriginal people who are, suffering from all sorts of issues, and one of those is low income. It's not going to help them unless, as I've seen in some really good cases, the business also has a policy of carving off a certain proportion of its income or profit to the benefit of Aboriginal communities.
One of the things that I think probably is, that the government has tried to do through Buy New South Wales is do a lot what you do, is try and marry agencies with suppliers, so that the agencies have a broad spectrum of potential suppliers that they can contact. Your organisation, in many respects, is a much better version of Buy New South Wales in that you provide an enhanced, I suppose, bird's eye view of what the business actually can offer, more than what suppliers can offer through Buy New South Wales. Is it your view that one of the problems with Buy New South Wales is that it doesn't really capture enough data about organisations to properly represent their capability?
I wouldn't say they don't capture enough, but they could work collaboratively with us and we could share one database rather than having two places where people need to submit their details in order to be found and used.
Do you share your database with Buy New South Wales?
No.
Would you?
We'd work collaboratively with them. One of the beauties of our data is it's not perfect, and that's whereas government needs everything to be perfect, but it's fit for purpose.
We've also heard that there are significant details, significant problems with people who are seeking to tender, and there's not enough information available to assist people who want to get into the business of contracting with the government. And some of the things that have been done are your organisation provides assistance to organisations who may for the first time want to contract with government. They could approach you and you would assist them through a potential exposure to the tendering process and the tendering opportunities.
We would give them some high-level advice only, but in this coming year we'll be putting on another person to provide more detailed assistance.
Well, the Small Business Commissioner, for example, does provide tutorial assistance about how to complete a tender. Have you reviewed that material?
Yep. And we would refer people to the Small Business Commissioner, Business Connect. And
Business Connect also does.
Yep.
And I think the Service New South Wales Concierge Service does.
Yep.
Similar sort of assistance for businesses who want. Are there observations you'd make in relation to how that can be improved?
Yeah. When you can do tender training and feel like you understand things, and if you've got a good trainer, it's really enlightening. But it's nothing compared to when you actually sit down with a tender and you print it off, and then you start wading through the pages going, well, what are they actually after? Which is always at the back. I believe it should always be at the front. And then trying to understand, the words, etc. So the big thing would be people in those organisations you mentioned provide a bit better than general advice, but what they really need is somebody to sit down with them for their first tender, maybe their second, and so they get hands-on experience in do this, don't do that, rather than something that's given in a 3-hour free session.
And a lot of the time it's the education process that we provide to these small businesses. They just need someone to give them a bit of a bird's eye view of this is how you work with government, this is typically what you need to do to prepare yourself. They don't feel they get that sometimes with going to a organisation that's just going to help them fill out the tender documents. They want that little bit of a helping hand to get them to understand, oh, well, this is what the whole process is going to look like. This is what you'll be required to do, how long it might take. So for them, it's just that little bit of a helping hand to give them the overall process that they need some assurance with.
Well, there's two other things I'd like you to comment on. One is that there is a general perception is that people who are unsuccessful, and I think you made this observation, Ms. Ho, that they potentially they don't understand the tender, but they don't get much feedback on why they're not successful. And one of the worst things, in relation to spending a lot of time doing a tender, is being unsuccessful and not knowing why. So, do you have any observations on how we could improve that process?
One of the, I guess, results of that process is that people get disheartened and then they say, I do it once, I won't do it again. And then you lose that for the forthcoming tenders that potentially come out. We always encourage our buyers that we work with to give some sort of feedback, some constructive feedback if possible, just so that they can help educate the suppliers of what they're missing or what they can do to improve themselves for the next time. We don't always get that feedback because of timing issues or the confidential nature of what the feedback is. And that's something that we are always working on to get that feedback to the suppliers, because that helps them for the next step. That's on our to-do list. We have a project called Project Black Hole, where we're trying to improve that process to get people to give the feedback loop that we want to help the suppliers and buyers with. But it's an ongoing process that I don't think anyone can perfect until you get that feedback. Yeah.
I think it's that encapsulates a bit. But the second component potentially is this: is the concept of value for money, to the extent that you are the agency who is seeking to procure a particular service, often is identified as, and wrongly identified, potentially as just what's the best price that you can do and satisfy the various criteria which are contained in the tender document. Is there more work to be done with government agencies in terms of education around tendering and understanding about how you get to what is a proper notion of a successful tender, and how do you communicate that to the sellers? So there's a training component for the buyers as well as the sellers.
We can all do with more training, I'm sure.
But how do you dispel that notion that value for money is not just what the dollar sign is at the bottom of the submission?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen Christopher Day's submission yet. Yeah. So I like the concept. I haven't read it in detail and tried to pick it to pieces, but taking into account value for money by having a formula for being able to put in the components of other things that are not monetary to evaluate a total price or a total score is probably the way to go.
Is that not the way Procurement New South Wales already does loadings for various things in relation to contract evaluation? Or should do?
Well, it's beyond what they do currently. So taking into account the economic benefit to the state or the country is not currently in the equation.
I just want to take you to a different topic here, and that's the issue relating to modern manufacturing or advanced manufacturing. Do you have a view in relation to the work which was being done by the Modern Manufacturing Commission, and whether that was something which was beneficial to improving opportunities for buyers in New South Wales?
I think there's a good opportunity to have somebody within government who is getting out and understanding manufacturing from by being out there, boots on the ground, understanding similar to this, what are the key issues that are preventing people from moving forward in manufacturing. We have to bring manufacturing back. I think everybody realises this now, and so it's worth putting some resources in to help.
Well, the federal government, in fact, has just created a role of a modern manufacturing commissioner, whereas the New South Wales government has abolished the role.
Is that so?
So, in terms of new opportunities or identifying the complexity of advanced manufacturing, a modern manufacturing commissioner would have an important role to understand that process.
We now have a minister.
Understand that process properly. Correct. Do you understand what lots of individual industries, of course, have their own complexity having a centralised process for making sure that potential buyers in individual industries understood those complexities is something that government could improve?
Yes, and they can do that either by themselves or through us, because we already have those
Or
connections.
through a modern manufacturing commissioner?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Any way they'd like to.
Do you identify, for example, any expertise within the government to support the growth of advanced manufacturing for your members?
We have a Minister for Domestic Manufacturing.
Yeah. Expertise.
And there are programs in specific areas like clean energy that are supporting people who want to get into the manufacturing of materials and equipment for clean energy. There's development. So with the Tangara replacement, for example, there's keen interest to better understand what capability we have and what can be done to ensure that there's good outcomes for the state from manufacturing those locally.
Well, I think for
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. I mean, we've heard a couple of times actually over the last few days about the different services or the different information that's we currently do have available, which is good, through the Small Business Commissioner, through Business Connect. But it seems to me that there's, because we've heard from multiple organisations in evidence, that there still seems to be a gap that's not filled. So, and it seems to me, and I'm just summarising and seeking that I've understood, seems to me that personal one-on-one mentoring is more effective than the types of services that I guess you just consume a bit more passively. Is that a reasonable summary of what you were saying?
I think I would agree with that. I certainly saw it in the Aboriginal space.
Right.
That you could do a business plan for them, but then the second stage of helping them with implementing of their business plan was really important.
Okay.
Just somebody to bounce things off and talk to.
Okay, so just to be clear as well, the role that ICN plays is not only just in the pre-tender stage, it's also you can provide advice on the implementation stage?
Yeah, I might have convoluted a couple of things
Right,
there.
okay.
So we were doing some work for Indigenous Business Australia,
Right.
and that involved providing mentoring.
Right, okay. Thank you. So that's sort of an additional service.
Correct.
Right, okay, good to know as well. And in your introduction, you mentioned the genesis of ICN and it being multi-stakeholder. What's the structure now? And for example, how do you fund yourselves?
Oh, we're funded by the New South Wales Government through Investment New South Wales.
Right.
And that's our funding. And then our structure is still pretty much the same as it was.
So multi-stakeholder input
Yep.
into...
Multi-stakeholder on our board.
Is that the funding is continuing in the last budget?
Yes, we're expecting it to. It hasn't been signed yet, but it will be by Friday.
Good.
Fingers crossed.
Can I just...
Yes, you may, Mr. Hudo.
Thank you, Chair. One of the observations you did make, and you were asked questions about that by the Chair, is in relation to occupational health and safety management systems to be included as part of the tendering process. But you then go on to say, being mandatory would eliminate many SMEs, but valuing it in tender assessment would provide an extra incentive. Potentially one solution to that would be you wouldn't mandate it in relation to contracts below a particular amount, but you would mandate it for contracts above a particular amount. Is that a model?
That's how things would generally work.
Yeah.
But in reality, everybody needs to look after their staff.
Yeah, the law doesn't apply to one group and not another.
And if there were a specific obligation as part of a tendering process to have a registrar which provides certificates that you have complied with various obligations and mandate that process, would that add an extra layer of red tape to a tendering process?
It would, but it needs to be valued. if it's valued, then you're levelling that playing field.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Nambler?
Thank you, Chair. Just your submission makes reference to VMC, the Victorian Government's tool. Now, in New South Wales, we have a highly devolved procurement system. Do you think it could benefit from some centralisation of systems that are focused on engaging with the market a little bit more, and suppliers and buyers a little bit more, with a view to collecting, analysing and understanding data and trends?
So there is reporting, as I understand it, within New South Wales Government already on these things. I haven't been privy to it, but it's difficult to get this information as you go down the layers within the supply chain. But if it's attached to the invoice, then it's a way of getting that information. So the ideal world would have something like VMC, where companies do put in their data about the social procurement activities and whatever else they're doing, and then that's all accumulated in one spot through the system.
Thank you.
And reporting on it makes it happen to an extent.
Thank you very much, both of you, for appearing today and for your submission as well. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on the notice. I'm not sure if you took any, or if there are supplementary questions. You have 21 days to respond to those. Thank you very much again for being here and your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much for making the time to give evidence. We do note that it is quite a large panel, and I know representing different businesses that are members of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre. So we hope to get a variety of your answers and experience here today. But before we begin, if I could ask each witness, starting from Mr. Valenza, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Sure, thank you for having me. My name is Dario Valenza. I'm the founder of Carbonics, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alan Lippman. I'm from Romar Engineering. I'm the CEO, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Reardon. I'm co-founder and CEO of Harvest Bee. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Jens Gönnermann. I'm the Managing Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre, and I also solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Craighead. I'm the founder and CEO of Energy Renaissance. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is... Did it turn this thing on? Is it on?
No, it's on. It's all good.
My name is Peter Cole. I'm the Director of ICT International. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask if any of you would like to make a short opening statement, but perhaps Mr. Gönnermann, you might be the appropriate person to begin.
Thank you. Let's see about this. I'll keep it to one page, Chair. And thank you also for having us to the entire committee. As I said, Jens Gönnermann, Managing Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre, and we are an industry-led, not-for-profit organization that believes that Australia can transform from being a lucky country to a smart country, and that through manufacture of complex things. Now, I note here that we are, at the current time, number 93 in the world of making complex things, so there's a lot of improvement possible. However, we have a number of rather outstanding manufacturers presented here today, and for the past 8 years, where the AMGC has been entrusted by federal, state, and territory governments to increase manufacturing complexity and capability, noting that manufacturing is precisely that, a capability, not a sector. And I think this is a very deeply wide misunderstanding in Australia and a root cause of manufacturing missuccess. The 5 manufacturers joining me today represent a broad range of sub-industries. They have developed products and services that address everything from managing the way we use water, making the food we eat, assisting with land management and monitoring, to how we power our society and the medical devices and defense systems we need to sustain and protect our lives. AMGC only works with promising companies such as these to assist in taking their competitive ideas from concept to commercial reality, and in doing so, AMGC has amassed a substantive understanding of the barriers and opportunities to grow our country's capability, with, unfortunately, government procurement being one identified barrier. We see that government procurement does not work in full support of our most promising and capable manufacturers. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the call out from New South Wales government to our local state manufacturers to, quote, tell us what you can do and we will be your biggest customer, quote, end, to only have billions of dollars spent offshore. The decision to spend offshore was not made because capable New South Wales manufacturers couldn't do it. It was because the people making the procurement decisions didn't know where to look. In fact, to the day, New South Wales doesn't even know how manufacturers reside here because government relies on wrong data. During the pandemic, AMGC proved it was possible and enlisted New South Wales manufacturers to make, which is another word of manufacturing, invasive ventilators, not to talk about it, hand sanitizers, protective equipment, emergency hospital beds, and much more. Today, several of those manufacturers now have a diversified business supplying into global supply chains like Yepco Silicone and Brookville, a plumbing supplier, now part of the medical supply chain. While Yepco's success is great, it demonstrates an opportunity lost for manufacturer growth through procurement. I'm coming to an end. Government procurement is not just a means to an end, but a means to a beginning for manufacturers, following on from hard work to commercialize, which is where AIM-GC plays. Early procurement wins can be transformative for local manufacturers because more than just income, the endorsement that comes with having the government as a customer can be the difference between landing that larger international customer or securing the capital you need from an institutional lender. More broadly, ongoing long-term procurement agreements give capable manufacturers the confidence to reinvest into their business, increase R&D activities, take on more staff, or expand and diversify their capabilities because of the certainty of customer orders. As a state that represents almost 1/3 of the nation's manufacturing output, it is unfathomable that government procurement isn't better leveraged to support those manufacturers to scale and grow who are capable to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have an opening statement? If not, I might ask for the benefit of the committee if you could give a very brief summary of the organisation that you're here representing, just so that it allows us to direct our questions more effectively. Again, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Valenza.
Yeah, so Carbonics is a manufacturer and operator of remotely piloted aircraft systems, which is a fancy way of saying drones. We cover long distances and take high-resolution data. So our applications are things like linear infrastructure, land management, inspecting roads, power lines, pipelines. Short way to think about it is we replace helicopters, lower costs, lower environmental footprint, higher quality data more frequently and cheaper.
Thank you. And you're based where?
In Artarmon, Sydney.
Artarmon. Thank you. Mr. Lippman?
Thank you, Chair. Romar Engineering is a contract manufacturer based in Western Sydney. We've been in business for more than 50 years, and we manufacture everything from simple rubber gaskets for pool pumps up to rocket valves that we supply to space companies here in Australia. All of this technology and infrastructure has been designed and built here in Australia, and as I say, we're a small to medium manufacturer with around 60 employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reardon.
Harvest Bee is a modern protein company. We have been referred to as a federal minister as someone who turns New South Wales wheat into meat. We started off by utilizing these local crops and converting them into textures that are similar to the meats that you would eat in your everyday meals. And what we found is because we're able to offer these more affordable than animal protein, and the texture creation that we have is so strong, we're actually able to combine them with animal proteins as well. And in doing so, we can have a seamless product for people who love meat, but it's more sustainable. And it's more affordable, up to 20 to 30% savings for local manufacturers here. And it's also healthier by reducing saturated fats by 50%.
And where are you based, sorry, did you say?
Our manufacturing facility is in Penrith and our headquarters in Surrey Hills.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Craighead.
Energy Renaissance is Australia's battery manufacturer. We manufacture lithium-ion batteries for commercial industrial use. They're explicitly designed for Australian conditions. Tough, hot climate, cyber secure. We work with CSIRO and all the intellectual property is Australian. The design, our mission really is to reverse the tide. Rather than have billions of dollars go to importing these critical energy infrastructure products, make them here with Australian products, Australian consumables, and reverse the tide, start exporting them. I'm based in Sydney. The factory is based 20 minutes to the west of Newcastle and Tomago in the Hunter Valley.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cole.
Yeah, I gave out a piece of paper. Have you all got it? That tells you the story.
Okay, we'll make sure the committee gets that.
Anyway, we research, design and manufacture instrumentation for measuring the soil, plant and atmosphere. It's used in agriculture, forestry and environmental research and management, and we export to 50 plus countries. We've been in business 42 years. We spend about 500 grand a year on R&D. We have about 20 employees from 9 nationalities, I might add. Regional New South Wales, we represent there's about 14,000 similar businesses in size in New South Wales. But we do advanced manufacture, we develop all the IP, we develop the instrumentation, and we simply sell it globally. And it's all about measuring tree water use and tree water potential, which of course in the modern age of climate change is well sought after. And all from regional New South Wales, where you only need high-speed internet. All you need is high-speed internet, FedEx and an air service, and we've got all those, courtesy of Tony Windsor. And so we're good to go, and we do it everything from the whole world, from Armidale.
From Armidale, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That's really helpful for us as we ask you some questions. I really would ask a general question to all of you about, obviously we're here talking about government procurement, and so I wanted to ask you about your experiences. Do you currently engage with the New South Wales Government through contracts? Have you had experience in applying for tenders? If you could tell us a bit about that experience at this stage. I'm happy for any of you to go first, or Dr. Goneman, if you have a general.
It's more like for the manufacturers to share their experience because they would procure, not AMGC.
Sure, okay. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, I can tell our story if you like.
Sure.
So we've been sort of active since about 2012, and we started going out and operating commercially around 2015. One of our early engagements was with Fujitsu, who was doing a trial for national parks looking for invasive species. And it started out with little multi-rotors. They were happy with the data, but they didn't have the range. So they brought in our aircraft to cover a larger area. We went through that trial, we delivered the data, and basically nothing happened after that. And we've had a few false starts like that, where we applied for the Physical Sciences Fund in 2021, and we're one of the first cohort who received it. And that really helped us to continue developing our product towards a commercial reality. We engaged with the Office of the Chief Scientist as a consequence of part of that Physical Sciences Fund. And they were very active in sort of bringing us in and putting us in front of various government departments. So we looked at everything from counting brumbies to looking at bushfire prevention, land surveys. And we just found the difficulty was, once we were in front of them and we put our proposition before them, two things. It was very difficult to find the actual buyer, the decision maker, and it was difficult to communicate that we're trying to do something differently to what they're used to. So currently, the typical example is they'll be using a helicopter, and that's a well-proven, well-trodden path. They'll have flight profiles that they use and instruments that they use and data that they're ready to collect. And they sort of want to wait for a like for like. And what we do is not the same. We do it differently. We get a better result, but it's a different process. And we generally find that unless we can sort of get across that we can do the same job in a different way but better, there's a reluctance to actually adopt. So more recently we have engaged with Transport for New South Wales. We've just concluded a successful trial doing road monitoring for them. Again, because they were prepared to understand and to go through the process of doing the trials and proving what we can do, I think we got to a good place. We proved that it's a viable option. Now the question is what happens next, because a lot of these programs tend to be a sort of digital innovation initiative or something that's a bit speculative. And again, the Office of the Chief Scientist supports that. There are programs that allow this new technology to be used, but the transition from that to business as usual is still a bit of a mystery to us.
So just to summarise, you have had opportunities to work with government, but that's more stemmed from either one-off schemes or programs, or rather than a general tender.
Correct, yeah. And
okay.
There seems to be a disconnect between that initial proof of concept and then working that into the business as usual side.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Lippman?
Thank you, Chair. We're currently not engaged with New South Wales in any purchasing arrangements at all. Mm-hmm. And in my tenure at the company in the last 7.5 years, we haven't had any involvement with New South Wales purchasing. I became aware earlier in the year that Transport for New South Wales had let a contract for the supply and install of what they call gap fillers on the train stations around Sydney. We would be one of the few companies in the state that have the ability to manufacture those components, but after the event found out that the contract had been let to a New South Wales company for the supply and install. Now we're not an installation company, but certainly we could have been involved in the supply process. My understanding is that these components are being supplied and installed by a Victorian company who's getting the components from a company in Victoria that's currently Chinese owned. And I just would like to bring to the attention of the committee the fact that I think New South Wales or the government more generally is not aware of the capability of a lot of companies in the state, and certainly that's one of the things I'd like to, if we can push that up the ladder a bit, make that more prevalent. Thank you.
So to summarise, a recommendation from you, Mr. Lippman, would be that there is better data on what we currently do in New South Wales.
Correct.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Reardon?
We do not currently have any projects and have not done any procurement with New South Wales. However, I am on the tender portal and have looked at that, have registered at that. I think it's a challenging part of the process in thinking about how to work with the state. I very much agree with Mr. Lippman that I think an important role the government can play is in almost a matchmaking service, in defining what the strategic areas are in the state where you want to see investment and thinking about using the power of the purse through procurement to do that, and then identifying where there are capabilities and actually bringing those two things together. The tender process in the portal, which seems to me to be the primary way in which a new supplier can try to figure out what's actually going on, is actually quite limited because it's they can be long-term projects that if you miss it, it might be 3 to 5 years before you have an opportunity to participate again. I just happened to look this morning before I came in here to see in the entire category of food, there's one tender that's open for the Taronga Zoo, and it's for ice cream. I'm quite confident across all of New South Wales that there is far more purchasing that's going on with respect to food and specifically with respect to protein. The other challenge happens to be that a lot of times there might be a service grant that is given. So it might be a catering service that is actually contracted out through procurement. But there's a lot of food that has to come in and be bought by that catering company. So if you're a company like ours who actually provides protein, there's actually no opportunity to engage if the primary purchasing is through a catering service. And so I'd love to not only do the capability mapping and see the power of the government to think about taking these strategic priorities that you want to invest in and think about using the power of the purse to match it to the capabilities, but to also think about the entire supply chain. Those people that you are engaging and awarding with tenders and agreements, can there be a part of the process where you also value when they are utilizing services that are within country and within state?
And Ms. Ridden, just a follow-up question. You said you hadn't engaged with the New South Wales government. Any other procurement type?
Have had some conversations with Federal Defence.
Federal Defence, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Craigie.
So our customers are the middlemen. So people generally don't buy batteries. They buy solutions. And so when you buy a battery as part of a system, you need solar panels or diesel generators or lots of other things. So our customers are, we call them EPCs, engineering, procurement, construction companies. Pretty much every project that you've read about that's a clean energy transition requires batteries. There's billions of dollars being spent right now in Australia. So when tenders come out, we tend to be the supplier to a respondent to tenders, in the case of New South Wales procurement. The issue here is that gravity is a terrible enemy of ours when time is of pressure. So really what happens with tender responses is, generally speaking, the middlemen will reply with what they last used. And almost always that are imported batteries, and because of the Inflation Reduction Act, almost always those are Chinese imported batteries. Our problem, fundamentally, procurement, is that it is looking at a sticker price. It's looking at price, not value. So our argument has been from the start, we designed our system to be better and cheaper over the long run than anything that you can import. They last longer, they require less cooling, they're recyclable. Our competitors, none of those things. And in addition, they're all made here, so we have this economic driver. They drive better results for the state. None of that is valued in a tender. It's in fact, it's invisible. If anything, it's discouraged slightly. Because what you want to do is if you're driving to the bottom CapEx value without a proper value, value is not the sticker price. And that is, over time, seems to have calcified in the process. So it's very difficult for us to influence it. We become devalued. We're fighting with them on one cylinder, not 8, because we are disintermediated from that. And I think that considering the amount of dollars that are spent here in every project, all of that is taken Australian money and basically shipping it over to international coffers in much larger volumes than you think. Let me put some numbers on that. Just a little example of one you wouldn't realise. New South Wales government is currently in the process of rolling out 8,000 electric buses. I'm all for that. That's a fantastic idea. Those 8,000 buses, each bus requires a lot of batteries on the bus and in the depot. Yes. To put in perspective, those 8,000 buses, we have a gigafactory in Newcastle at full capacity per gig. Those 8,000 buses, we'd have to build another factory to serve those. There would be an economic boom for Hunter region. We'd be hiring people like crazy, we'd be building another factory. That's just 8,000 buses and that's just the batteries. There's many bigger invisible projects like that right now. And just to be clear, over the life of the battery, we are cheaper than the imported batteries. It's just invisible.
Can I ask a bit about that? We have had discussion in earlier sessions today about whole of life costing. Yeah. Would you have, sounds to me you've done your all your maths on it. Would you have that, and would you be able, if you don't have it here, to provide sort of an example or a worked through example for the committee?
Sure. So thank you very much, Chair. That's actually a fantastic question, because the odd thing here, the discontinuity here, is that the industry we're in measures by lifetime cost of energy. That's the measure that we sell to. What is the ultimate cost? Because the CapEx is largely smaller. That these things are going to operate for 10 or 15 years. Almost all the imported batteries cannot be recycled, no matter what you hear. So the lifetime cost of energy is a holistic end-to-end view, and we win those. We should win those. We spent 8 years with Cyro designing it to win those. And so the issue is that is not a measure in any procurement tender. Lifetime cost of energy is not what's measured. It's sticker cost of CapEx. And we are about 5 or 10% more expensive CapEx-wise than the bottom of the Chinese market. And that's enough to lose or not be considered. So, yeah, I'd be happy to provide the lifetime cost of energy.
And just before, sorry, Dr. Cole, just before we get on to you, Mr. Craig, just one more question on that. Have you got examples,
sure,
even if you don't want to give details, of where you have missed out based on, because you've mentioned that was the case?
Yeah, so I think that there's very easy examples. There's probably lots of them. New South Wales schools, New South Wales buses. I think there's another one here there's charging stations.
Right.
These are all things we're very good at and just weren't considered for. Mm-hmm. And I think, typically, I think Christy mentioned this, they're largely unseen because one project starts, and once somebody has a flavour of a technology, they'll just roll out 100,000 times more. So a small win becomes a big loss. A small loss becomes a big loss. Yes. So yeah, we can provide examples, but anything in the large ticket items, transport, schools, education, infrastructure, these are things that are happening every day.
Thank you. Dr. Cole.
I think it does come down to whole of life costing, and I've set out an example on my page of that, and I think it's quite clear. And if you consider the whole of life costing, the benefit of that is, as I indicate there, you're quantifying carbon credits as well, but more importantly, the region's benefit and the intellectual properties benefits this community, not a community in Scandinavia or North America. And our customers are typically forestry, your forestry corporation, New South Wales National Parks, Department of Ags and universities. But the purchasing is ad hoc, always low price. The person at the other end of the phone has got no clue, and you've got to tell them what they've got to buy to measure what they think they're going to measure. And then, of course, it's all about price. So consequently, in about 3 years' time, the thing's a piece of junk. And we start all over again. Mm-hmm. And so that's okay. In 42 years, I've just learned to roll with it, and we just move on to the next customer. Mm-hmm. So, but my point is here, there's a very clear case for developing the region by having some kind of criteria. And there's for New South Wales, regional development will be a beneficiary. Further intellectual property would be a beneficiary. We'd be the first to spend time and money building better widgets to service New South Wales if there was some kind of consistency. So again, you're getting value for money, and as I indicated in a lot of these cases too, you'd be better managing the environment as well in the broader sense, or whether you want to put it to very tangible forms like carbon credits and natural capital, which you could be accumulating, and that would the values that you'd be accumulating with decent instrumentation would exceed the value of the instrument, the better quality instrumentation, by thousands and thousands of times. But there's no foresight and no vision and no long-term plan, so everything's bought ad hoc on the day at the lowest price.
Thank you. I did ask Ms Reardon, but I'd like to open it to the other panel members as well, about experiences with other jurisdictions. And I guess I'd like to know if you engage with other governments, either in Australia or internationally, and I guess the comparative experience with New South Wales. We can start down this end if you like, Dr. Cole. We can start with you first this time if you like.
Well, yes, with other governments, they're prepared to work with you over a period of years, at least 3, sometimes 5, to develop the, let's call it, device they need to measure their plant water use or whatever they want. So it's a 3 or 5 year, and then you've got stable staff who are intelligent, who know what they're doing, so there's true collaboration. We've got a very good one with US Department of Agriculture in instrumenting corn. Believe it or not, they're still trying to understand how corn grows and what confers drought tolerance, and we've developed the instrumentation so they can now elucidate the drought tolerant mechanisms within the corn stem. The velocity flows at different speeds inside different parts of the stem. That'll become a product for us globally, and for the US Department of Agriculture, they now know exactly the criteria they've got to use to breed drought-tolerant corn. So that's a collaboration we've had over about 3 or 4 years. We've worked very closely with them, very closely. Same people, very competent, know what they're doing, and we work with them, and you get outcomes. Global publications, etc.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
So we've had, I guess, in a nutshell, with the other states in Australia, the biggest engagement we've had is both in deciding where to locate the factory and tying that to procurement, and more recently where we're going to put the next factory. And what we find is we had no response from New South Wales, but some other states and territories have been much more open to attracting us on the basis that there would be a procurement advantage to doing that. That seems to be honest, I was kind of surprised it wasn't common sense. We have much more engagement with federal government, and support for that. In fact, actually, it's kind of one of our issues is people perceive us to be bigger than we are and more successful than we are, and we have to tone that down sometimes in federal government, but they are much more supportive and more open to what we're trying to do. Specifically with defence. Defence we have a good relationship with, and ironically, the fastest moving part of our defence work is in the US, with the US Defence. So I would characterise it this way. The New South Wales has been the least successful government for us, both in support, we haven't had $1 from them, and in supporting us in procurement as well, and we're based here.
That's really interesting. Thank you. We did hear from you. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, since you mentioned international,
Yes.
And in some past lives, I've had experience coming out of South Korea, out of Singapore, extensive experience with New York City and the US federal government as well. And I think the starkest difference for me is that the efforts where I've had interactions, which were also on novel technologies, were driven because it was a strategic imperative and importance to the government, whether it's municipal, state, or federal. And in that case, there was a much more active role that was played by the government of saying, this is an area in which we care about, we want to develop it, and they were actively going out and seeking participation from industry. So my company was actually sought out by governments, including international governments coming to visit me domestically in another country. Once that happened, there was always a point person within the government that was actually running a particular project, because I think a sandbox might be something that you've thought about or heard about. I know ASIC has done it a little bit to try to get some fintech businesses into what they were doing. If you want to work with novel technologies where there's a strategic imperative to invest, it's probably going to need a slightly different process. Most of the companies that are sitting here at this table are not large enterprises, and the procurement process needs to be handled a little bit differently to be successful in figuring out not only how to get through the sales process, but to also how to make it successful. I think a little bit of what we heard earlier about the procurement process from Dario is that it can be a challenging process to think about how you drive that adoption inside the government and then the expansion from there. So looking at it through a sandbox, having a point person who's actually managing it, and actually starting because it's a strategic imperative for the government.
Thank you. Mr. Lippman?
Thank you, Chair. Just going to come at this from a different angle, and that is that my experience at the moment is that we're not dealing with any other governments around the country, but I can tell you that we have been knocked out of many proposals in other states simply because we're a New South Wales manufacturer. So other governments tend to be far more parochial about their purchasing practices than New South Wales. I'd just like to make that point. Thank you.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. Mr. Valenza?
Thank you, Chair. We've been fairly successful getting traction in the US. We have an operator over there who flies our aircraft on our behalf. They've done work for a number of states, and they're currently doing missions for wildfire monitoring in Canada. So they're working with the authorities over there to integrate the drone capability with the sort of current way of doing things. Within Australia, I echo the sentiment that Defence has been very responsive. It's been very smooth working with them and sort of working out what we can and can't supply, and coming to something that works for both of us. We've had good engagement with the Australian National University in Canberra through the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and they've been using again our aircraft to demonstrate bushfire prevention, monitoring, early ignition, those sorts of missions, and they've proven the capability. And one interesting experience is recently there was the Natural Hazards Technology Program, which was an initiative in New South Wales by the Office of the Chief Scientist that had allocated some budget to allowing innovative technology to be tested by various agencies. So my understanding is the way that was structured is they went to the agencies, or the Chief Scientist went to the agencies and asked them to formulate some challenges. And specifically in the bushfire one, the challenge was early detection, ignition, and suppression. So within the challenge they had, we want a drone that can go and look and find fires, and we want something that can carry 800 kilos of water, the same as a helicopter, to go and put out fires. We applied for the detection stuff, but not the suppression stuff because it just doesn't exist yet. And we were knocked back because we couldn't do both. So I think that's the approach that they have over here, as opposed to basically give us something that does the job that we're already doing that isn't too different or too difficult. Otherwise, there's that reluctance. But other states in Australia, and particularly overseas, the approach is a bit more proactive and flexible.
I wonder, I know we also had a submission from SunDrive Solar, and they, in their submission, and it kind of echoes what you're talking about as well, I think, they talk about this very sort of high-skilled, very bespoke workforce that you need in advanced manufacturing. Is there a danger that if we don't, I guess, support New South Wales manufacturing in the way that Mr. Lippman was talking about, that this type of manufacturing, these type of skills, these type of businesses seek to go elsewhere?
I can tell you from at least two on this panel, without pointing at them, that they sincerely consider to leave that country and utilize opportunities elsewhere because of lack of offtake, which would be a pity. And as I said in my opening statement, the way we work with manufacturers is to look at the most capable manufacturers, because our belief of manufacturing needs to be globally competitive. So the reason why we're advocating for the companies present on this panel is because they are global leaders in their field. If I just take the two companies left and right to me, I've traveled to Silicon Valley and visited and ate at hype companies like Beyond Meat. Like Harvest Bee runs circle around them. They're just better, healthier, and when we speak about climate change, to avoid all the methane because you think you eat animal protein, but it's not. It's like, I mean, that is a fantastic outcome. Energy Renaissance, for example, their technology is world leading. Funny enough, we send our lithium to China, get it processed there because we don't possess its capabilities, re-import it, but they still make batteries which are 30% better than anything else I've seen on the global market. So the topic of the day, Chair, is about procurement. Procurement is and must be a means to an end. You will never ever change procurement to the extent that government will reach its goals. We can talk about climate change until the cows come home, literally, or we can speak about reduction of methane and all of that. But we have the capability in country. If procurement is organized bottom up, it will never work. It needs to be top down, expressed and exercised will of the government of the day, that the priorities are being used through procurement as a means to an end. If it's that short term and that eclectic and that uninformed and short-sighted, nothing will ever happen, and it will not happen through procurement alone. Procurement, again, is a means to an end.
Thank you. I think Dr. Cole had something to say on that.
Well, I was just going to say we're in the process of evaluating moving our manufacture to Brazil.
To Brazil?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank
For
you.
the reasons that are being discussed here.
Thank you. Mr. Lippman.
Thank you, Chair. From an advanced manufacturing point of view, and I consider Romar to be an advanced manufacturer, we have difficulty in finding suitable people with the skills that we need. So we recruit from overseas, and we have a number of employees that we've sponsored in on 482 visas to come and work for us. I have an employee that I've recruited out of Victoria to come up and work for me as well. And so the retention of these employees and the ability to grow the business is really dependent on our ability to attract the work that we need. And any support from government is welcome. But as I say, not looking for handouts in any way, shape or form. It's the fact that government does procure across the spectrum. And as I said before, the real issue for me is that I don't think that government actually understands the capabilities that exist in the state at the present time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, I wouldn't mind adding a little bit to
certainly,
that.
Mr. Gregory.
Sorry if you don't mind.
Of course.
So a little bit counterintuitively, when we moved up to the Hunter with this high-tech battery manufacturing facility, our biggest concern was about getting people. But we get, for every job that we fill, we have 100 applications. So we call our team 1%ers because we are swamped with demand. Everyone wants to move into this space. So we don't have a problem with people. We have a problem with creating having the offtake to hire those people. We want to hire every one of those 100 people. And I think, Jens, there's ultimately one word that counts for everything here. Everybody here will say, I suspect, the same thing. The longer the offtake guarantee is, then the faster you grow. This is all about offtake. What government can do, the break here, is that you want 3-4 year long-term safe contracts. That will change your business. The moment we had a 3-year offtake agreement of any sort, we'd be hiring more people, building more things. Those 1 in 100 become 10 or 20 in 100. So I think we have to, this is a simple issue disguised as a complicated one, in that really what we're talking about here is using, not spending $1 more, but using it as a sword, using procurement as a sword to slay this. I have one little other fact that I keep on, my daughters are 30 and 26, and I'm actively coaching them to think again of what they're doing. Because 70% of the New South Wales workforce is in the knowledge space, insurance, financial, etc. And the prediction is that in the next 6 years, 40% of those jobs will be lost to AI. We are not the knowledge economy we thought we'd be. Our hair is on fire here. We are able to make things that nobody else can make in the world. And there's a really obvious answer to this. Get behind it, use procurement more cleverly.
Thank
That's
you.
my take on
Thank
this.
you. And we have mentioned earlier in the day the role of government procurement in smoothing the market in that way to allow for more surety. Sorry, I will go to Ms. Boyd, but I did notice Mr. Lippman.
Yes, just a very quick point if I could. The contract that was let for the gap fillers on the train stations, if Roma had been successful in winning that on some basis, we would have increased our staff by 10%. I just wanted to put that in there. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all of you for coming along and providing your expertise and experience in the space. There's a few things I wanted to touch on. I guess, firstly, a question is, do we lack the skills and knowledge in procurement to actually understand what government requires in the first place? How do we compare to other jurisdictions in that respect? Do you want to start, Ms. Jordan?
I can try to answer that question. I haven't had a lot of interaction specifically with New South Wales procurement, so I'll answer this maybe at a more general level. And I would go back to what is even needed and what are the capabilities. I think of it as a marketplace, and I think it's a bit opaque to those of us in industry. Other than that tender portal, it's really hard to know what is needed and what are the capabilities and how do we actually just match the two to start to engage in a conversation. I think there's a lot of this person, this company has had this relationship for a long time and will renew it. So that's why I go back to what I see from other jurisdictions around the world is being driven by more of a strategic imperative of the places in which the government wants to make sure they're investing in industry, identifying those needs within the business and finding the capabilities in industry, and then actually putting processes in place to more proactively connect them together. I think all of that's a precursor before you can even answer the question of whether the capabilities are within the procurement department to be able to go through the process. I mean, I think some of what Dario was going through with the drones, there are some really technical capabilities in a lot of what you see on this panel here. But I think all of us, in a business where you're developing novel technologies, we have to have a consultative process in our sales approach. Otherwise, we wouldn't sell anything. And so we are accustomed to actually working very closely with our customers to understand what it is they need, to do an assessment, and to do a needs fit. And so we can actually provide a lot of that capability into a procurement team if there's a little bit more flexibility, proactiveness, and then flexibility in that process.
So sorry, I've just tack on another question before you answer that. First question, but yeah, it sounds to me like we perhaps need more of a co-design process before we get to tender points then. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so.
Yeah.
And what are the priority areas of need? And when I say need, what I mean is, what are the areas that New South Wales actually cares about? When you envision the jobs that will be here, the industries that will be here in 5 to 10 years' time, what are those areas? There are capabilities in this state that you are at risk, we are at risk of seeing leaving. Because there's oftentimes incentives in other states, there's incentives in other countries, there's a macroeconomic climate where it might be more affordable to produce in Brazil. We don't want to see that happen. And so if you've got the offtake agreements here, that's a great reason to stay and continue to build that capability. So I think doing that mapping of understanding what do we care about in this state, what do we want to keep, and then mapping that to where the needs are in the government, I think that's actually the first step, and then starting to do a co-design process for procurement.
Mr. Gurman, you look like you had something.
Deputy Chair, they asked a question about the capability of procurement. Since 16 years, since I live in Australia, in every jurisdiction I have encountered a very professional and public service who operates to the highest of standards. So for me, that is not the question whether procurement is underskilled. A public servant, by operating to this high ethical standard, will do what she or he been told to do. And I think that is where we lack the direction. And by default, when this direction is not there, the decisions are logically being made short-term and including short-term economically based. They don't serve the vision of a state or a country.
Do you think, though, that there's I guess, these are highly specialised technical industries. Is there a need for us to have more people with with that sort of technical background, or is it not really necessary in terms of, I'm just wondering if that is part of the problem, that we don't see the need to go out to engage companies like yours because we haven't worked out that it's needed in the first place. Is that part of the problem or no?
I don't think so. I think, I'll give you an adjacent example. In this role, in 6 years, I had 10 federal industry ministers. So you will not get a direction from both sides of parliament when you have 10 persons in the seat. I think you, elected representatives, need to get your act together and have a long-term demand from the public servants who have only one employer, that's government, to have them executing your political direction. And if you do that, and if the priorities, and I see consistency in priorities in the last 8 years, commodities, value add, food and agri, defense, climate change, and did I forget one? Did I say medical? So these are the areas which are undoubtedly the areas where a country of our size can set a direction and stick to it and use procurement, amongst other things, to execute it. It's not working the other way around. So it's not a question of skill and having more technical staff in procurement departments. It comes back to you to set the direction and stick to it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. My comment is in regard to the way purchasing is currently conducted, and that is my experience is that, for instance, Roma manufactures components for the brakes on state rail trains. Now, we supply those components to a multinational corporation that then sells them to State Rail. But if I go to State Rail, which I have done, and said, by the way, we manufacture these components, there's no will for them to deal with a smaller company like mine. They would much rather deal with a large company. And this is very similar to what happens when I try to deal with defence. Defence doesn't want to deal directly with me. They want me to deal through one of the primes. There's the prime organisations that supply them, like Lockheed or those sort of companies. So that makes them comfortable. And I think that's part of the problem. There's significant comfort within the purchasing organisation within the state that they want to deal with something that's easy to deal with. It's a very large corporation. They don't want to deal with small companies. And small companies are never going to get to be big companies unless we have an opportunity to supply in our own right.
If we got to the point with, we're looking at recommendations as to how we can make the procurement process better in New South Wales, if we got to a point, I guess, of whenever we are engaging those bigger contractors, asking what's going to sit behind that, so who are they going to contract to, where are they going to get their supply from, would that help? I think perhaps that would mean we'd need more of that co-design process perhaps in order to get to the point where we could scope it out properly. But would that be helpful if we sort of mandated a requirement for those companies to indicate where they were getting their supply from?
It would help. It depends how. It's all about how do you enforce it. So I can tell you that if you're dealing with defence primes, for instance, they count. They've got to supply 30% Australian content of what they do, or a number like that. And you could say we need 30% New South Wales involvement or whatever. But in terms of their 30%, they account buying staples and paper and catering and all those sort of things to make up their 30%. So it's a very broad brush that they draw, right? So it would have to be managed in some way. There would have to be some sort of enforcement regime to specify what that exactly meant.
I think it's worth. So let's put some numbers on it. Last week, about $1.8 billion went overseas to buy some international batteries, and that's typical. This often happens. All of that money is Australian money that's gone overseas. None of that expertise will be here, and it will all be gone. If we had 20% of that, we or anybody like us had 20% of that, that'd be a game changer. That's offtake. And I think that it's easy to think that's a solution, but I actually do agree with a couple of things said here. First of all, to Alan's point, that's not the whole picture. And I think more to Christy and Jen's point, none of this matters if you don't know where you're going. If you're going on a holiday and you don't know where you're ending up, you're just going to wander around the planet for the rest of the year and never know where you're landing. Our view has been for some time that there are three things that I think the New South Wales government could do that would fix this. The first thing is, I think, if there was a pre-qualified list of Australian, truly Australian, not imported and rebadging, really Australian manufacturers, pre-qualified on a list, the procurement folks know to look at that list first. You don't have to do the work. It must be so tough for these procurement people. They've got to be a mile wide and an inch deep. They need to know a bit of everything. I don't know, they can't possibly be experts. Go look to the pre-qualified list. Somebody's done the work there. That's where you want to preference it. Publish it to make sure that the middlemen know I'm going to buy from that list first. Supply Nation is a success, I think, because it's a published list that people know about. Do the same for Australian manufacturers. Make it clear who you like. You're pre-qualified. The second thing is implement value-focused scoring criteria. So move away from sticker price altogether. That's actually really good, and that's what your competitors are doing. So value recycling, value economic impact, value kind of the local impact of these things. That's how you win, because that money stays in the economy and grows. So value-focused scoring criteria, no more price-focused, no more, that's value is not price. And the third thing, and the most critical one, is New South Wales, if it was a country, would be the 20th biggest economy in the world. Now it's time to use that spending power. The biggest issue of all in the SME world is it's hard to grow from small to big. The middle part is really difficult because you need bank guarantees, or payment terms are too tough, or suddenly you're locked out because folks are expecting you to enter into contracts with the sort of contracts a big company could enter, but a small company couldn't. What the New South Wales government can do in procurement is act as a guarantor, better payment terms, safer, more sensible for SMEs. You can afford to do that because if you value price, you get your return and more. So I think those three things, as far as I can see, I've been looking at this for a long time now, as far as I can see, as I said, I think it is a simple issue disguised a complicated one here. What we need to do is just use our strength. It feels sometimes to me we're a bit apologetic about this, but you're a big-ass buyer. You might as well use it, and you can do what you want.
I hope that makes it into our report, just as an aside.
Is it too late to edit that?
No, it's good.
So I think you can use it. I think you can use it. So right now, I'll promise to stop in a second, but a little example. Every project, and everything looks like because I've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So batteries are needed in everything you're doing in this, say, every project of significance, its infrastructure needs batteries. And right now, everybody is paying the most you can pay. You have no buying power because each project is a little one. No matter, the biggest project in Australia is a small project overseas. So you're buying rack rate prices. You're waiting 12 months to get these things from people that don't really care about you, et cetera, et cetera. If you aggregated that purchase power, like we used to do with wool and grain, we're very good at that as a country. You go from the smallest buyer to the biggest buyer overnight. You actually pay less for the same product, bigger buying power, and you can make sure that aggregated purchase has to be at least some percentage of it local. You would turn this into, Australia would become a battery powerhouse overnight. Not by spending more money, but by spending it strategically in an aggregated way. This is something we used to do before. We've done it before. We're really good at it as a country, and that's how we do it.
I'm just trying to capture the second point you made there around, it's not just the sticker price. Which I obviously 100% agree with. I think the comment you made in a response to a question the chair asked earlier was, if we're only looking at the value of the person that we're transacting with through procurement rather than the downstream contractors and services, then we're not interrogating whether or not the middlemen, if you like, are also choosing things based on only price, or if they're choosing other criteria. So if we had a list, I guess, of these are properly Australian companies, and as a criteria of the tender, you had to use someone on that accredited list. Perhaps that begins to get us.
It's the only way it'll change, because the age-old adage is true: who pays says, and if you're paying, you say. And so in this case, the behaviour will not change without a direction from you. It will not change. It has to be something where it's really clear. We are going to weight this. 80 points of the 100 points is going to come from choosing off of this list. For example, you will change it overnight, but you're in control of that.
Yes.
You're in control of that.
And then, I guess, to pick up your point, Dr. Gunnerman and Mr. Gagan, just sort of pulling those together. If we look at, and again, 100% agree. I would love it if we just had a plan where certain industries were sort of mapped out and guided or shepherded by government, but unfortunately that's not currently the case. But if we were to say, for instance, these fledgling industries are industries that we want to grow here, and so for these industries we need to adopt, a smaller contract, breaking bigger contracts down into smaller contracts, something along those lines to try and capture. Is that sort of part of the recommendation as well? Not just that there be, I guess, more lenient, not even more lenient, but different guidelines or different requirements for SMEs when they are putting in a tender. So perhaps not, the same level of insurance, etc. But also that those contracts be broken down into smaller parts. Is that part of the solution?
I think that's an interesting proposal. I don't know that I was thinking about that before coming in here today, but I have seen some of our customers actually do that. So let's go back to the example I was mentioning a little bit earlier about New South Wales is probably most frequently contracting catering services across various different sites rather than purchasing meat, for example. We do have some customers that we serve. For example, we serve aged care homes. Aged care homes frequently will also work in the same kind of pattern where they will hire a catering service, but sometimes they will actually buy their protein directly because it's much cheaper, because the catering company will actually put a margin on it. And protein is a significant percentage of the overall cost of a catering service. So why pay for a margin to be had by the catering company? I'd also go back to, I think, a question that you posed earlier, Chair, that was related to this, in that there's an incredible amount of importance of having a contract with the government. Not only the longevity of it and being able to hire from it, but capital markets right now are really, really tight. And the credibility that can actually come from having a government contract as a part of your overall customer base helps to be able to go out to those capital markets and raise as well. So if that's a structural aspect that might be considered, especially in those contracts where there's a significant cost component with a subcontractor, where you might be able to carve it out, I think it's a fantastic idea.
Oh, so you go. Thanks, Dario. Deputy Chair, another comment. Before I took over as the CEO of Romar Engineering, I was CEO of a company in Western Australia that manufactured and supplied healthcare equipment. And one of our big customers was the health department in WA. And the West Australian government had mandated that purchasing in WA they were given a 10% leeway. In other words, you were to favour WA manufacturers in order by up to 10% higher pricing in order to support West Australian companies. And I can tell you that was not, whilst it was mandated, it was never enforced and was never followed through, and it never made a difference to our business in the 5 years that I ran that company. So again, I think there's a lot of entrenched buying behaviour within the purchasing areas of the government. I'm sure that exists here as well. So another example is that prior to that, I ran a company that used to supply pathology parts and equipment to New South Wales Health, and we had a contract for 5 years. At the end of the contract period, we tendered again. We lost that contract to another supplier, but that supplier never got the benefit of having won the contract because it was too difficult for New South Wales Health to switch away from what they'd been doing for 5 years, because there was a long process involved in taking pathology stains and changing all your existing processes that are all documented. And so the buying behaviour that was there before remained. And so we didn't lose any sales out of it, but the company that had won the tender didn't get the sales either. So again, that's a good example of entrenched behaviour, and I don't know how we deal with that.
Mr. Valenza.
Yeah, kind of echoing that, and back to your question earlier about whether procurement lacks the expertise in the specific areas that they're purchasing. I think the broader question is, how do you put in a mechanism to encourage innovation where you're not comparing apples with apples? So if you have someone who's in charge of procurement that has a job to procure pens, for example, and they can choose between a Chinese pen or an Australian pen, but at the end of the day they're replacing like for like. It's a lot easier to have metrics for comparison. But when you're replacing a helicopter with a drone, or meat from a cow with a synthetic protein, you're actually not replacing like for like. And so how do you encourage that evaluation, judgment, testing, and change the way you do things? And encouraging that and sort of incentivizing it is actually quite challenging because there's a risk involved. So similarly with fire, there's a lot of expertise around aviation for fire spotting, firefighting, asset coordination, but that doesn't necessarily map directly onto drones. So hiring a drone pilot, I guess, would potentially fix that, but it sort of doesn't make sense because then that department would have to hire an expert in every new emerging technology. So I think what has been done to date is to entrust that to someone like the Office of the Chief Scientist, or people whose business it is to look at innovation, evaluate new technologies, fund startups, and maybe build that bridge. So have them make recommendations about, hey, here's a different way of doing things, and encourage the actual purchasing decision maker to listen to that and give it a go.
That's an excellent point. Thank you. Any other comments on that? Others? I think I'm done for now.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Boyd.
you.
I'll pass over to Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. My microphone on?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. If I could just start by thanking each of you very much for your time, your contribution, your participation. It is highly valuable to the committee inquiry to hear firsthand from you, and I love the passion and I love the energy, and so thank you so much for that. If I could just start and probably Dr. Goneman might be the one here. If I could just in terms of the record, just explaining the difference between, we're referring to advanced manufacturing, and just throughout the discussion we've touched on sort of I'm just wondering if we could just maybe just more greatly define that in terms of advanced manufacturing and the different industries that each of you are representing.
Yeah, with pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah.
And whereas I'm the Managing Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center, I don't like the name. We were changing it actually to the Australian Manufacturing Growth Center. So you heard it here first. Because the advancement should nothing be static. It should be something dynamic. The differentiation between a traditional manufacturer and advanced manufacturer is short-sighted, because the advanced manufacturer of today would be the traditional manufacturer of tomorrow if she wouldn't invest into her advancement. We also have companies, let's say a company who does castings, a technique thousands of years old, but they apply advanced technologies in order to do that very competitively, and for example using material like advanced materials like titanium. So I like to refer to manufacturing, full stop, and I would like to see those manufacturers advance to be globally competitive, which I said earlier we are not.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And Dr. Goman, just in terms of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre, are you funded by members, or is it government, or?
Yeah, it is a government initiative in the early days of the Liberal federal government. We, together with other growth centers, were established because there were found 5 and later 6 priority areas, and these became the growth centers. And when I referred through the obvious areas of success for Australia, either by choice, such as health, or such as what we are blessed with feeding 80 million and only eating for 27, or with commodities which we dig and ship and don't add value to it. Like you come naturally to the areas of strength of what this country has. And the growth center idea is to nurture these areas of priorities, because if a small country like ours tries everything a little bit, we will precisely achieve nothing. Unfortunately, these growth centers were established in a copy of other successful initiatives, such as the Fraunhofer Institute of Applied Research, around for 75 years, or the UK Catapult for over 20 years. But these type of undoubted success factors of other countries, in Australia we have only set them up for short term, and we had to become self-sufficient after a time. So fast forward 8 years from the 6th growth center, only one is around, and that is ours, because we have become self-sufficient. But I would highly recommend for a country, whether it be on federal or state level, to nurture these type of capabilities through organizations like ours. In regard to the funding, we have been federally funded, but we don't get membership fees. But we work now with local jurisdictions such as the Northern Territories, or since last week with the Western Australian government, in order to make wind turbine manufacturing and have local manufacturers participate in the manufacture of large wind farms. That's how we work, and we clip the ticket in a modest way and create a lot of impacts for our contracting partners.
Thank you. And I'm also aware that, and I just sort of cite the survey of the New South Wales Modern Manufacturing Task Force. And if I could just canvass with you and your colleagues there, that a recommendation was of the results of the task force in 2019 and 2021 survey was that the role of Modern Manufacturing Commissioner should include a public relations component in terms of raising awareness of the association of the high-tech engineering, emerging exciting technologies in manufacturing. And I think, and just further to that, in terms of, I guess, just the reputation, the perception and where we are, that was sort of identified that there was a gap in the public perception of the manufacturing industry and its value and where we are. I was wondering if there was, and I just noticed that we've had a few comments there just in terms of comparing the value of manufacturing in a changing world of jobs and technology. And yeah, I'm just wondering if there was anything further about that.
With the modern manufacturing, it's another prefix, advanced, modern, whatever. I think New South Wales is probably the leading state in producing papers and task force and realizing very little in order to really operationalize it. The task force, however, recommended a manufacturing commissioner, which then shortly after was disbanded. So I agree with you that the perception of manufacturing, I said in my opening statement why manufacturing is not a sector but a capability, if we misunderstand that and have a very narrow view on manufacturing, we miss out many, many opportunities. So the difference between manufacturing, how we see it as a manufacturing value chain consisting of 7 steps, and the way most jurisdictions in Australia measure it, namely production, is a very narrow view. Production is only one of 7 steps in the manufacturing value chain and is the lowest value adding and the highest cost sensitive element of the manufacturing value chain. This is where Australia cannot and never will be competitive. The most successful manufacturing powerhouses are Switzerland, Korea, Japan, Germany, to name a few, and they are not known to be low-cost countries. Production is only one step out of many in that. The higher value adding jobs happen before and after production, and by the way, we have also a 3 times higher female participation in the higher value adding jobs before and after production. The production shop floor, the misperception of the Australian public is blokey, is cost sensitive, and represents less than 50% of the manufacturing jobs. This big misunderstanding is deeply wired.
Mm-hmm. Do we need to reinstate a Modern Manufacturing Commissioner in New South Wales?
Whatever you do, you need to stick to it longer than 1.5 years. and that is not in regards to Manufacturing Commissioner, that this is everything what government does on both sides of the aisle.
And in reference that that position has been cut, and the government informs us it's now being represented by a minister. I just make reference to your earlier comment, which was that you have been leading the manufacturing sector in your capacity as you present here today. And during that period, there's been, was it 9 ministers?
10.
10, sorry.
We only found out that one prime minister was also the industry minister, so it was a surprise. And
Yes. And another thing, I'd be keen to get anybody's sort of contribution on this. And earlier witnesses today, we've highlighted, and I think Mr. Lippman might have mentioned this, but in terms of in other states, they are recording that there is strong leadership. The states are parochial in terms of looking after their industries, their suppliers, and it was actually the wine industry that was citing that in the other states, you know, those relevant state wines are front of shelf. In New South Wales wines are at the back. So I guess just in terms of wanting a champion for manufacturing here in New South Wales, and you know, and a leader in stability and strength and confidence. You know, what can we do better here?
Ms. Merton, if I could reply. Romar Engineering 4 years ago decided that we wanted to go into the space business, and we had particular skills in-house that would allow us to design and develop fluid and motion control device for space. I think most people in New South Wales would be very surprised at how big the space industry in this country has become, and that we are not only designing and developing components for space, but we're building rockets for space through Gilmore Technologies in Queensland, and there's a very viable growing industry in the design and manufacture of things like satellites and various things. Now, Romar decided that we would want it to be a component supplier to space. We didn't want to build rockets, we wanted to build bits of rockets. And so we have invested in that in our own right. And that is a growing part of our business. And you talk about advanced manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing could be that you are manufacturing something in an advanced way using new equipment and new technologies and new processes, or you could be manufacturing something that's never been manufactured before, but you're using traditional methods to do that. So it sort of covers two streams, if you would. But I think that there definitely needs to be some sort of awareness made of what the capability is here, because, for instance, if I just stick to our space line for a moment, the industry when we got started in it, say 4 or 5 years ago, was estimated to be worth about $250 million nationally. It's now estimated to be worth $4 billion nationally. Now that's significant growth, and I'm sure people potentially around this table and definitely in the state don't realise that there are very viable companies supplying lots and lots of technology into space and leading the way. So that's a good example of how a modern manufacturing commissioner could interact with those sorts of opportunities that are available in our state.
Do you mind if I add something to this?
Thank you.
Sorry. So I think with this, I echo Jens's point. We started this business 9 years ago, and I think we are trapped in a bit of analysis paralysis. We keep getting more reports. This is not about PR or who talks it up. There's only one word that matters in this whole thing. You could solve it today, and it's offtake. There's an old Scottish saying, doesn't translate very well, but one of them is you are who you're with. You're judged by who, in this case, an order from anything that looks like a government is the best thing anybody here could get. Multi-year order would change their business. So offtake is what drives everything. So not the way it's presented, not the way it's pitched. We've no more reports, no more analysis. The tip of your spear is changing offtake, driving offtake through SMEs where it makes sense, I believe. And I think you can, everything else has been done. I haven't been with Jens's journey, but I've certainly seen multiple reports from multiple people. Grants started and shut down by change of governments, etc. there's so much slippage. We're 10 years behind for that reason. I think really the tip of spear is to look at offtake. You drive everybody here, Christy, with a 3 or 4 or 5 year, Alan, Dario, Dr. Cull, everybody here, if they had a multi-year offtake agreement that was backed by the government, that's bankable, you can raise capital, hire people, change your business. All of that driven inside New South Wales. Everything else is a secondary part. The 80-20 here is offtake first, everything else second, is my opinion.
And I'll maybe add one perspective to it as well. We haven't used the word urgency here yet today, but I'm going to say urgency a couple of times. When you're a small business, you have a lot more urgency than probably naturally exists within the government. We've just heard a couple of people share remarks about a decade period of time to think about overhauling what this procurement process is like. I can share that I have been sought out by Victoria and by Western Australia to relocate our business. Jens could name many businesses that have moved overseas. There is urgency because companies have a timeline under which they have to operate that's nowhere near as long as what administrations and governments can take to actually make change. Offtake agreements matter a lot, but it also matters to put some urgency behind it to help businesses to stay in New South Wales. And I think as somebody who relocated here 5 years ago, I get the sense that New South Wales has Sydney. It's the darling of Australia. It's a place where people want to live. And there's a little bit of a perspective of people want to be here. But I think in this environment, where the capital environment has changed, the cost of living is high, the cost of business is high, international competition is high. We hear people losing out to overseas directly here in New South Wales in their own backyard. Businesses have to make urgent decisions to stay alive. And people do want to live here. People want to raise their families here. But when they're presented with opportunities to go to another state with significant incentives and a procurement that can help them with offtake agreements, it's a significant thing that businesses can't ignore.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe to echo that, Carbonics have been courted by everyone from South Australia to Oregon in the US, and that's exactly the point. Small businesses or early startups have runway. You only have so much burn rate, you only have so much time, and you take the opportunity when it arises. Yeah.
No, thank you. Dr. Cull, could you elaborate? You made reference to a business moving to Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in terms of the circumstances around that, might be some learnings for us.
Things are being discussed here. Obviously, what advanced manufacture is really you sell a widget for $10,000, but there might only be $500 worth of parts in it. And the advanced manufacturing is not the $500 part, it's the bit before and the bit at the end. It's a huge intellectual property that goes into the widget, then the intellectual property of what you're going to do with the widget, and that's where you make your money. So there's a range of reasons you'd move over there, and one of them is simply the market. To be frank. Second is import tariffs are 60% to Brazil. So there's a fair bit of incentive to manufacture it in Brazil. And the labour costs are low, but the people are competent, the market is large. We'll probably obviously develop the intellectual property here, but the device would be made somewhere else.
Yeah, no, thank you. And then to your colleague, sorry, my eyes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. You were just talking about the batteries, and in terms of the supply that if that was available to you, in terms of the boom for the Hunter, do you just want to outline what that would mean for the regions if there was a good supply arrangement on such
Sure.
as batteries,
So,
just in terms of jobs, related industry.
Yeah.
That we've touched on.
So let's talk. We're on a holy mission here. So I am. You might be shocked to hear I'm not originally Australian, but I love Australia, and I'm repaying my debt. So our holy mission is this. Every time we're in a rush to sell as many batteries as possible, as quickly as possible, and build more factories. We're not the story here at all. Energy Renaissance will hire 180 to 200 people directly per factory, and we think we can build about 5 if we can get enough offtake. That's not the story. The story is, once you get a certain scale, and it's not very much, once we are sustainably filling orders at 3/4 capacity in our first factory, that's not very much. That's enough for us to look downstream to making cells out of Australian minerals. Once we start making cells in Australia, there's 64,000 jobs there. So we see ourselves not as yes, we want to be a successful business, but we're the catalyst. Because all of the other guys, the people that dig up, so 150 years, we've done a good job selling the wool and buying back jumpers. But in this part, we don't have to do that because we're the only country in the world with everything to make batteries here. Whether we like it or not, 10, 15, 20 years' time, those fossil fuel royalties are going. They're just going. What are you going to replace it with? There's only one thing I'm aware of that we have unique advantage globally, and that is we have everything we need to make the world's most in-demand product. The big story is for us to create the offtake so we can sign checks to all the folks that are struggling in all these mineral processing guys they can get their private industry will finance it once we give them an offtake. We give them an offtake once we have security of order. So talk about multiplier. If we got a 3 or 4 or 5 year agreement backed by the New South Wales government to roll out batteries, that would be enough for us to build more factories, several hundred people at a time. That's not the story. That would be enough for us also to move into cell manufacturing, tens of thousands. I'm unaware of any other employment opportunity in this country like that. There's more people hired by McDonald's in the coal industry now. It's changing quickly. And this is the only large-scale, high-income, new employment opportunity I'm aware of that can trigger quickly. But it's a finite thing. To Chris's point, our hair is on fire. We do it now or we don't do it. So I think this is a kind of a moment in time. We shouldn't let a good crisis go to waste, and that's what we're in right now.
So no matter what you ask your procurement people to do, they will not trigger that transformation, that opportunity. It has to come from you.
Yeah.
I think to that capitalizing on the advantage, there is that concept in startups of the valley of death, where you have a product, you have your first orders, you're no longer a high risk, high reward, early investment proposition. There's an urgency to scale. And I think from the interactions we've had with various mentoring programs and incubators and grants around New South Wales government, it seems like investing in startups is more seen as a cost. It's like you're trying to promote something at an early stage, do the fundamental research, show something new and shiny, and then they're kind of cut off and left on their own, when really that's the time when they need an order that will sustain them and allow them to grow. And I think it's not just batteries at this table. We've got the food, we've got, with the drones, there's potentially every power line in the world, every pipeline in the world. It's big. And it's a matter of scaling. And to capture that scale, you need someone to take that leap and to get those long-term orders in to allow the capital to come in to scale.
And if I could just finish, if I could just come back to just the opening comment, which was just about COVID materials and equipment at that time, and I appreciate there was urgency, from a health perspective to source this stuff and to, roll it through the schools and everything like that. I guess I said, what went wrong in terms of sort of domestic supply and manufacturing on that?
So the sense of urgency and the assessment of the day was that we need ventilators. And with that understanding, which turned out to be not necessary after all, but with that understanding at this moment, plus the funding of $30 million made available in a very short time, allowed a consortium formed by the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center within 5 months to manufacture 1,700 ventilators, 99.3% Australian parts manufactured, 100% Australia made, TGA approved. Now you will recall that was a time where everybody thought we can save the day and build any ventilators, but there were only 2 companies who could do that. The one was ResMed, who has always done it like that, and the other one was a consortium stood up by us with over 30 manufacturers all over Australia, believe it or not, and 5 months later delivered. So why was it possible? Because there was the political will, there was the funding, and the capability of manufacturers who did something completely different. I didn't even know what a ventilator was, but if you have a capable company doing complex things and put your mind to something that urgent, then you have this outcome. If we would do this more strategically, we would not be number 93 in the world of making things, but we would be in the top 20, because we are a G20 member. That's where we should be. And the other challenge we have in Australia, and procurement directed by government, not bottom up by the public servants, is an opportunity to also do something about the structural challenges we have in Australia in the industry. Our 47,000 manufacturers, 93% of them employ less than 20 people. We have a scaling problem. And procurement, you have heard it many times, could be a solution to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gurman.
Thank you very much. That brings us to an end, and I'd like to thank you all for coming today and giving evidence. I know that that takes you away from the businesses that you've so passionately spoken about. Dr. Cole, I believe you've travelled from Armidale to join us today, so I appreciate that as well. Thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here. If there were questions taken on notice, or if there are supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and have 21 days to respond. But again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
For joining us here this afternoon to give evidence. We'll start by asking each of the witnesses to state your name and your title and to swear either an oath or an affirmation starting at that end.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Jan Acquaintance James. I'm the CEO of the Australian Fashion Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Gabriel. I'm the production manager at the Social Outfit. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hi, I'm Eric Fu, co-founder of Citizen Wolf. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would anybody like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I'll make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jan Acquaintance James, legally Jan Acquaintance, and I'm the CEO of the Australian Fashion Council, also known as the AFC. For transparency, I should also note that I'm a board director of the Social Outfit, the not-for-profit social enterprise fashion brand, also present here to give evidence today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide evidence to the hearing. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respects to the elders past and present, and would like to acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded. The AFC is the peak body for the Australian fashion and textiles industry and has represented the industry for over 65 years. We're a not-for-profit membership organisation drawing members from across the textile and clothing supply chain. We have 270 individuals and companies as members, and TCF, or textile clothing and footwear manufacturers, represent 15% of our membership. 42% of our membership is based in New South Wales. In 2021, an AFC report revealed that the Australian TCF industry contributes $27.2 billion of value annually to the economy, with uniforms and workwear accounting for $1.2 billion of that. It also identified that the New South Wales TCF sector is valued at $9.7 billion and employs 174,000 workers, of which 99,000 employed specifically in manufacturing jobs. Through its engagement with members and experience in implementing programs in the industry, we have identified 3 recommendations to leverage government procurement practices to further grow our industry's economic and social contribution to New South Wales, and to support the retention of sovereign capability in TCF manufacturing, which was highlighted during the COVID pandemic as to be very important. I'll now summarise these recommendations. Firstly, the AFC recommends provision of government funding to quantify the New South Wales TCF manufacturing industry, similar to the work we at the AFC currently have underway in Victoria. There is little data available today about the economic impact of the sector or the social benefits of procuring locally. Similarly, with no public data available on the quantity of New South Wales government uniforms manufactured in New South Wales versus the quantity manufactured interstate or offshore, for example, it is also difficult to assess the potential value derived from further prioritisation by government of New South Wales manufacturing and local procurement of uniforms. To more meaningfully understand and positively impact the New South Wales manufacturing sector, we need to address this data gap. Economic modelling would provide data on the impact of increasing government procurement on jobs and therefore taxable income, training and access to higher skilled and of course paid occupations, reinvestment in machinery, technology and R&D. A study of this nature would also produce a network of New South Wales TCF manufacturers which can drive industry connectivity, as well as understand local capabilities and in turn feed this information through to government and industry buyers. Secondly, the AFC recommends that the New South Wales Government establish a procurement policy for uniforms and protective equipment, including targets for the percentage of local content in all New South Wales Government uniform and workwear contracts, and then report on this implementation progress at least annually, as is often done in the private sector. Anecdotally, there's an overwhelming practice of awarding government contracts based on the lowest price tender. And this approach prioritises short-term cost saving at the expense of long-term social and economic benefits. A new policy could include mechanisms to consider the broader economic and social benefits that locally made bids provide, despite what may be a higher upfront cost. The policy should also incorporate an environmental and social framework which is specific to TCF manufacturing. The AFC is committed to fair working conditions and ensuring the labour rights of all TCF workers in New South Wales, particularly those of art workers. We also believe it is critical to ensure a level playing field in social compliance procedures and a need to ensure we are not unintentionally disadvantaging local manufacturers when they are competing with offshore providers. Finally, the AFC recommends that the New South Wales Government implement measures to encourage industry participation, particularly by SME manufacturers. Since the removal of trade tariffs, TCF manufacturers have transitioned to smaller, more flexible and higher value added manufacturing models. So policies need to support SMEs to integrate into these contracts, particularly the larger volume. Recommended mechanisms include shorter contract negotiation periods, tender briefing sessions with industry, and encouraging multi-supplier applications. Citizen Wolf and the Social Outfit, who appear alongside me today, are two SME-sized New South Wales manufacturers who have successfully completed government and corporate uniform contracts and can speak directly to the benefits of these contracts to their businesses. And in many cases, in those cases, they were often new thinking by government in the way that they would integrate these small and medium-sized businesses into the contracts. In addition, the AFC recommends the government support its buyers by installing TCF specialist procurement capability to guide the process of working with local manufacturers and achieving Australian made. Making clothes is very, very complex, and I think in the devolved procurement model, it can be very challenging to understand exactly how you could integrate the capabilities of local manufacturers. And we see it as a TCF specialist to provide a conduit between government and industry to facilitate Australian-made objectives. The AFC welcomes this timely inquiry into the procurement practices of New South Wales government agencies. The disruption of the pandemic upon global supply chains and the federal government's recently announced Future Made in Australia Act has reinvigorated the demand for Australian sovereign manufacturing capability. And the AFC believes, with the right policy levers, government procurement of uniforms and workwear has the potential to support the reinvigoration of an innovative and world-leading textile and clothing manufacturing industry in New South Wales.
Thank you. And either of you have opening statements, or you'll go straight to... Okay, thank you. I want to start, Ms. Quentins-James, in picking up on this idea of sovereign manufacturing. I suspect that for many people, when they're thinking about sovereign manufacturing, they're probably not thinking textiles. They're probably thinking, medical equipment, other areas, steel, etc. So what is it about textiles that we should be considering when we're having that discussion about sovereign manufacturing?
Well, I think there's a number of ways that you can look at it. I think the pandemic showed that we had quite significant gaps in our TCF supply chains in Australia. So should something of that nature happen again, or, for example, a war which affected global supply chains, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, I think, we are very reliant on some of those markets in particular. We could expect that significant disruption, and therefore it would be very difficult for us to manufacture clothes locally. I think also there's and that's sort of the risk side of it. There's also the opportunity is that we grow incredible cotton and wool in this country, and at the moment the supply chain is unfortunately broken. We have to send that offshore because we do not have the spinning capabilities in Australia to produce that in materials. So even if something that is final stage manufactured in Australia, it must go offshore in between. So I think there's very much the need to maintain some sovereign capability. We shouldn't make everything necessarily, but we can do some things really well. And there's an opportunity for government procurement to really leverage and support the industry through its spend.
And speaking of that, are there other jurisdictions that have arrangements which you think are more supportive of the industry in terms of procurement?
Well, I think you could point to Victoria, for example, and the Buy Victoria panel, platform and ethical supplier register. And certainly some aspects of that do enable manufacturers to access those government contracts. I think it's also to be celebrated the federal policy around environmentally sustainable procurement, whilst still to be the devil's in the implementation. I think that is to be celebrated. I think there's still a lot of work that all Australian jurisdictions could do to step up how they're leveraging their procurement to drive that social and economic benefit. And I don't think we know, truthfully, what does it mean when you spend that locally manufactured dollar in a TCF factory here versus sending it offshore? What is the indirect benefits around taxes and employment and all of those other things? We don't have a lot of data on that. So I think that's a big gap that would really help us better understand that what's the purpose and benefit of sovereign capability.
Okay, and it goes to some of the discussion we've been having today and throughout the inquiry about how you value sort of a procurement contract and the cost of a contract. It's not just about the price, it's about those other aspects.
And I think Australia in TCF manufacturing, you cannot compete on price. That's just the reality of where we are, and I think that's I think there's a lot of things that we can do to try and change that around advanced or technology in manufacturing, that which may have an impact. But you could also see having a local supply chain as a benefit in relation to having closer to that manufacturing, having a more just-in-time manufacturing. So, for example, imagining rolling forward to a government contract, and perhaps Eric might be keen to add on this as well, is that how do you leverage that local supply chain so that you don't have to hold as much of those, as much in volume of those uniforms, for example. We've actually just got something on tap that you can call and get better sizing that's fit for purpose.
So really, what we're looking at is we don't really necessarily want to compete on price because we know where the cost is cut in other countries that produce. But we could look at things like the social aspects, and I know you've got two excellent social enterprises here. So I would like to hear from Mr. Fu and Ms. Gabrielle on their involvement and experience of government procurement. Mr. Fu.
Okay, so just one correction. Citizen Wolf is not a social enterprise.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't
On
perceived
record.
as such. But we are a small business.
Yes.
And a situation like COVID was very challenging for the entire industry. Right? Not just in terms of demand freezing up, but the supply chain was frozen as well, which made it extremely difficult for any fashion brand that was reliant on shops being open, on stock coming in overseas to actually sell things. And Citizen Wolf, we actually make everything here in Sydney. We source as local as we can find it, and we manufacture on demand to spec to individual customers. As a result, we weren't impacted by COVID. Right? We didn't have a supply chain freeze. We were able to continue keeping our team employed, continue to support our suppliers locally, and continue to basically keep the doors open when a large chunk of our colleagues in the fashion industry had to close. So for us, that resilience was extremely important. One of the things I'd like to talk about today as well is also the impact of having government procurement contracts. That's something that we've recently only just started, but one contract from the Great Barrier Reef Authority, for example, which is not a particularly large organisation within the federal government, still was responsible for 10% of our revenue last year. And because of that, it allowed us to ride out the current challenges in the macro environment and also ensure that we not just maintain our staffing levels, but we can actually employ more people because they're also longer term contracts, which gives us more surety. So in an environment which is extremely challenging at the moment, little things like that make a huge difference.
Thank you. Ms. Gabrielle.
Social Outfit is a social enterprise. Yes. And we basically exist to employ refugees and new migrants in their first Australian job. We currently have 9 people working in our production room, and like the Citizen Wolf, everything is done here. Our whole critical path is under one roof. Again, we similarly to during COVID, we were able to very quickly react to masks. So that's what kept us afloat. We could, because everything is made here, we cut, we made, we responded to the demand, and we made thousands and thousands of them. Now, we were quick to respond because we had that infrastructure and we had that workroom and we had the workers. the workers that couldn't work at the social outfit were working from home. This is very, very valuable in this country because we have a lot of migration that comes here with these skills, but we can't transition them into jobs. So this is where the social outfit does that. We transition them into jobs. We had our first Westpac job, which was, is it procurement? Is it? Yeah, procurement. Yeah, Westpac government owned.
Not anymore.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we
Very
had
comparable.
that first job, and they did the calculations. Of course, to get their scarves hemmed here was, 4 or 5 times the price. But we did it, and we executed it beautifully, and it was a success for us. And that was also a big percentage of what we needed to bring in, which was contract manufacturing. From that, we started to get more work. We're now doing Australian Museum. We just made them a whole bunch of artefact pillows. Now, these are the jobs that help me upskill my workroom, but keep people employed, and we took on 3 new machinists in that and gave the existing machinists more work. I can see this growing. If we're given more procurement, we can then train, and then we can employ more people. Our biggest unemployment rate comes from our migrants, and a lot of them are women, and they're isolated and they're sitting at home. What we offer them is that space to do something that they really enjoy and earn above the award wage.
Can I ask a question about that? And I declare I have had conversations about social outfit in this respect before. So the types of activities that you can facilitate, or the types of garments that you can create, are often part of a bigger uniform, a bigger order.
That's it, yes.
So perhaps to both you and Ms. Qantas-James, what does that mean in terms of how procurement processes need to be structured so that you actually have the opportunity for those bits that you are able to do on your small scale?
10%. If a company's producing 100% all offshore, can they bring back 10% to start with of those things that can be made here? So they would liaison with, be it Citizen Wolf or us, as to what we can do. As I mentioned before, a lot of what we do is upskilling. So when we get the procurement, we then upskill our workroom to do that. So there's a lot in that training that we can do. It'll be baby steps. It obviously won't be that we can take on 100% of procurement, but we can start with something as small as 10% and let that grow. And as we develop the skills of the machinists, then they can take on more complex items until we can get to 50-50 in an ideal world, or even 100%.
I think in terms of how the contracts might need to change or be rethought, it's being a bit of strategic thinking and a bit of TCF specialism to that contract, to be honest. Is that I think the way that it works at the moment is, if the whole thing can't be done here, well, then it has to go offshore. And we can be a bit more mindful in breaking these items down into its component parts and looking at what might be able to be done in Australia. I think there's also opportunity to influence design and how the product is structured to support more integration of Australian made. We know of a local factory in Victoria, actually, but which has received a state government contract to provide one of the major uniform contracts, and they're able to make the materials in Australia. But there's one part of this uniform, a seam, which is particularly complex, and we don't have the machinery to do that in Australia. And for that reason, the whole order is final stage manufactured offshore. Could we look at that in the design stage and say, well, actually, do you need that seam, or could this seam actually not affect, we could do here, it doesn't affect the form and the function of the garment for the user. I think it's about being perhaps a bit more thoughtful and looking across those contracts. And I guess that would be the why we would see value in having more TCF specialism within government procurement that helps almost broker those conversations between government and industry in order to integrate Australian made.
I wanted to ask, and this might be for you, Mr. Fu, about the environmental benefits of domestic textile clothing manufacturing that could be realised through procurement.
Certainly. There is certainly a improvement in carbon miles in terms of we don't have to start shipping lots of things all around the world in order for one basic garment to be made. For example, the work that we're doing with the Great Barrier Reef Authority is Australian grown cotton, which has carbon sequestration methodology to actually take carbon from the atmosphere in the growing process. Unfortunately, as Jan has mentioned, there is no processing of that cotton capability at the moment in Australia, so that does go overseas. But it comes back to our partner in a group that we work with in Melbourne to actually knit the yarn into fabric, and then that fabric is turned into a garment or a uniform in our Sydney factory. So from a local supply chain perspective, it's about as local as we can make that. The other thing about Citizen Wolf is because we make everything on demand to specification using some of our sizing technology, we eliminate a lot of the waste inherent in most ordering processes. Generally, the fashion model is built on overproduction. You have to buy in minimum quantities of hundreds for a given size because no factory wants to work at that small scale if you're going overseas. You may only need to have 3 garments in a 5XL, but your minimum order is going to be 300. So at the end of that process, what's going to happen? It's going to be thrown to landfill. And if it's not made from sustainable fabric, it's going to sit in that landfill for hundreds of years. It's going to leach microplastics into the environment, and it's not a particularly sustainable model, either financially or ecologically. So I think there are lots of opportunities for us to look at innovation that is happening in Australia, to not just change the materials that we use, but how we manufacture to ensure that we're not making things worse for the planet.
Thank you. Ms. Quintus-James?
To add to the overproduction point and the environmental impact, the committee may be familiar with the overseas e-commerce giants who have begun importing significant volumes into the Australian market, particularly Shein and Temu. There's a lot of criticisms of those business models, which I won't go into the detail of, but one thing that they are doing is they have very close to market, so they work they're very close to their factories. They also do a lot of testing of product before going into bulk production. And what I mean by that is they would make designer style, make a short size run, so not going into the full volume, test online what will sell to customers, and only then go into the bulk production. The thing about this model is, what if we could do that in Australia? So if we have a strong fashion industry, textile manufacturing industry, supported at the core by government procurement, I think there's also the potential for that really to be deliver more value for the fashion industry and drive down overproduction of the Australian fashion industry, and create that more just-in-time model for fashion and reduce waste ultimately.
So this concept that we've been talking about today of a bit government procurement providing a bit of ballast for the market and then enabling local industry to use that as a base from which to innovate or produce.
And in turn, it gives the that local manufacturing industry the confidence to invest in the machinery, the skills, and people development, and space and all those other things that enable them to grow their business over time.
Thank you. My time's out, but I'm going to pass over. No questions?
Nothing at this time.
Ms. Merton?
Thank you very much, and very much appreciate your time and contribution and passion on the topic, and it very much adds a lot of value and importance to our consideration of this. If I could just pick up just in terms of the reference to uniforms and looking at local, sort of local industry, sort of being a part of that. I mean, what would that mean to local industry? I mean, in terms of, I suspect that government procurement of uniforms is a pretty big area. I mean, is local industry currently playing a role in this?
I think in terms of, if you're defining local as New South Wales.
New South Wales, correct,
there's,
yes.
Perhaps you might also add to this as well, but there's a relatively small proportion of TCF manufacturers that are working for particularly government procurement in New South Wales around uniforms today. There's a bigger base in Victoria, but that is not to say that there's not potential to grow that, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, and just picking up, so I guess when at that procurement decision, they're sort of looking at prices driving a lot of this, as opposed to what the benefit to local industry would be in terms of jobs and suppliers I guess we're here just to explore how we can better sort of open up some of that rigid decision making to look at.
On the top line, it's about two things. It's about having better data to being able to answer embedded in data your questions around what is that value. But I think you're right, it's around training and taxable income and better jobs and shorter supply chains. But secondly, it's about... Sorry, the thought has just gone out of my head. I'll just say that was one point. Pass to you.
Okay. I guess if I could add some to it. I think it's also incredibly valuable to have a local ecosystem that we can purchase from. The problem is, as if orders continue to fall in the current environment that we have, there are fewer and fewer businesses that we can actually source from, and it becomes a death spiral. And I think having government in its role as the largest customer for clothing in the state, it can play a vital role in stopping that, but also reversing it and making sure that by investing in companies that are also investing locally, we rebuild the industry to have that capability. My expectation is that while we have to move quickly, as one of the speakers previously has said, I don't expect us to be having a perfect solution in the next year, but I think there is a lot we can do to start and work towards having a situation where 20, then 30, then 50% of procurement is local, and that would provide an incredibly more vibrant ecosystem of suppliers than we currently have now.
No, thank you.
Sorry, to add to the point that I had a moment blanking on was around the first point being the data, but the second point being the weighting. And so being, I guess, more holistic in the weightings that are applied to the consideration of contracts. And looking at not just yes, no, locally manufactured, but what are the components that are locally manufactured, and also potentially preferencing certain accreditation schemes that really set some factories above others might be a consideration as well.
And just in terms of the New South Wales TCF sector, I mean, in terms of sort of its economic value and jobs and industry, what do we know about that?
So we know in 2021 that it was $9.7 billion of value annually, and 174,000 workers were employed. But that's obviously all aspects of the sector. So buyers and designers and kind of everybody in between. And in terms of local manufacturing, that was 9,000 workers. And we don't have the data around the uniforms and workwear component of that, which I think is a gap.
And just in terms of your knowledge, in terms of your members, I mean, how many are actually sort of doing business with the New South Wales government in terms of procurement, would you say?
Very few.
Yeah.
Less than 10.
10 businesses, members. Yep. 10 members, yep. And then that would represent, in terms of your, in terms of the Australian Fashion Council, your membership would be?
So there's 270 individuals and companies.
Okay.
So a fairly small proportion.
Yep.
I mean, obviously we also represent everything in the value chain. So we also represent very large brands.
Yep.
The Camilla Remarks, the Iconics, the Zimmermans.
Sure,
sort of
the cross-section,
so it's, if we're thinking just about from a manufacturing perspective, it's
so
it's
less than
small.
10, yeah. I mean, is it that the in terms of what's on offer or what the government's looking for, it's a mismatch with the sector, or the sector don't have the confidence, or the cost
I think there's
to
a
procure?
kind of a long list of barriers. I think one, perhaps government buyers don't necessarily have the information available to them about the capabilities of local manufacturers in New South Wales. Okay. Potentially government buyers don't have the depth of information about how you could strategically incorporate part of local content into the product. Similarly, these are very small businesses typically, and you're on the shop floor. Frankly, you're not kind of on your computer waiting for the tender platform, so there's not the opportunities to connect, and the government might feel inaccessible, so the opportunities to connect with government buyers are not there. Also, government procurement process takes a very long time, which can be very challenging for small business. They're not sure if it's coming through. They may be relying on it, maybe not taking other work, because in order to get that contract, they obviously want to be able to fulfill it, and that creates a lot of challenges as well. Eric and you both add.
Yep, I can certainly provide some personal perspective on that. Procurement can be a challenging process in terms of it takes a lot of time and resources. Some of the other organisations that I've talked to who do procurement can often spend up to $250,000, right, for a contract. Now, those are fairly large contracts, but in
Sorry, Mr. Fu, if you could just clarify that spending up to $250,000 on in the application.
Correct.
Right. Of a very
contract. Large one. Yep. Again, that's not, I'm saying, the standard, but that's an example of how much it can cost sometimes to go for a contract. And for small businesses, the time and money can often be a risk, right, when there are so many other things that you're looking at just in your other parts of the business. So there is, I think, an opportunity to streamline and simplify and to make the process more inviting for things which are smaller scale. Right, because I don't think it is about small businesses going for contracts of 1 million uniforms for train conductors or the train staff for the next 5 years. But I think there will be opportunities to do, for example, small-scale runs of 200 garments for an event or something like that, which can be streamlined and do not need the same level of documentation.
So, Mr. Fu, so possibly breaking down a sort of a bigger contract into something smaller, which may attract a simpler procurement arrangement, could be more cost effective and available to sort of SMEs or.
Exactly. The TCF sector contains a lot of small businesses. While you do have a lot of big brands, a large proportion are small businesses, and for us to have a vibrant ecosystem that can thrive and that can actually produce more employment, I think would include encouraging more small businesses to participate in that process.
Earlier we heard from witnesses in terms of sort of startups and some of the difficulties that, for them to remain viable and competitive in the tendering process. It just needs to be recognised that, just to keep them competitive. I suspect you may have similar experiences with some of the startups in the TCF.
I mean, I think I would love to see a more vibrant startup ecosystem in manufacturing in New South Wales, but truthfully, there's not a lot of people going into that world because of the many challenges and a lack of confidence around that sector, or the volumes that you might be able to access. I think there's a lot of opportunity for government procurement to play a role in changing that, and also to leverage, for example, national migration policy to also consider how we might bring in skilled, not just workers that help our ageing workforce challenge, particularly around the machinists, but also who is the future leadership of Australian TCF business. Could we bring in some incredible work going on around green manufacturing, for example, in Bangladesh, and I'd love to see migration policy supporting perhaps a new generation of business owners that would help bring the latest technology to Australia.
And in terms of the procurement process, from your experience, are the states doing it better than New South Wales? In terms of the time, the cost, the availability, the resources?
There's not one particularly. I think obviously the Buy Victoria program is probably more mature, for want of a better word. It's been going for a longer time, but it obviously is not without its challenges either. I think, we would raise the same concerns with that around having that TCF capability or specialism there. And sort of there is a program, but it's not necessarily driving the outcomes that could, with a bit more strategic thinking applied to it.
And Ms. Gabrielle, if I could come to you, and I enjoyed your story when you spoke about the COVID masks and the speed in which you responded and the availability and I think wonder if you might just be able to maybe comment a little bit more. And I think Westpac might have been a client, or I guess just in terms of the speed, the innovation, the uptake at such an industry like that, that when it comes to sort of government procurement, how we can better recognise and participate and make business available in such a situation like that. That's all.
With the masks, that was a very small, it was a very simple skill set. I think moving forward to tackle procurement, any percentage of it here, we need the skill for labour force. Yeah, without the machinists to actually make the garments, then how can we even do procurement? So it's a bit like, for me, it's a bit like chicken and egg, if you know what I mean. Like, what comes first? We need the contracts in order to employ the people, in order to train everybody. Masks was a great story because they were a simple item. They were reusable. It's what people needed. They couldn't get reusables from overseas. We were just quick to respond, and that was the selling point for most people with us. They could order 5,000 and we could deliver in a short amount of time. But I think the biggest challenge will be with any procurement is having the skilled machinists. That's going to be the biggest challenge. I'm not only a production manager, but I'm also at TAFE. So TAFE used to be the institution that would train these machinists. These courses don't exist anymore, but the course intake and the applicants, students that want to go to TAFE and learn sewing, is getting bigger and bigger. We've got now a lack of teachers. So people want to enter this industry and they want to be makers, but we don't even have the fundamental courses to teach machinists. So for me, it needs to go all the way back to TAFE, to our training institution, to implement courses. And can the TAFE not respond to the requirements of procurement? Can they not work with government agents and say, okay, we need to get these uniforms made, so let's create a course around skilling people to make these uniforms? I think it has to go right back to that baby stage, because we need the skilled labour in order to deliver the product. I hope that answered your question.
No, thank you. We've heard today just about the cost of sort of industry and manufacturing and business here, and just in terms of energy costs and how suppliers are managing that. If there's any reflections from your members on this in the current environment?
Perhaps you might be the best
position.
If I may, I guess I'd just go back to the start of this conversation in terms of what is the importance of the fashion industry, why have it? And to me, it's a fundamental garment or fundamental item that we need. Unless the laws change in terms of indecency, we need to have clothing. It's something which we're going to consume. And right now, Australia imports 1 billion garments a year for our population, which is just insane, right? When majority of that is made overseas, it's just insane. When we should have the capability to make a vital, integral product right here in Australia. The problem is, for many, many years, it's been an industry that has been in decline for various reasons. Right? The skill sets have been disappearing, and it's something which can actually contribute a huge amount of value. Technology is fundamentally transforming the way the industry works and will allow us to, I believe, to compete with the best brands on the planet, if we have the ecosystem to actually make that happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Merton. I have a question maybe to you to begin with, Mr. Quintus James. We have one of the only jurisdictions really with a modern slavery commissioner and an anti-slavery commissioner and modern slavery act. And I guess the unique thing about our act is that it is almost solely dealing with government supply chains, and that's what the Commissioner looks at. I wonder if you could speak to how locally produced textiles assists the New South Wales government in compliance with that Act.
I mean, I think there's numerous ways. One, the nature of the supply chain being much closer and accessible. I've spent a long time in my career working with offshore factories, and just by nature of that distance, it does make it more challenging to have confidence about what's going on. Where in in a New South Wales supply chain, you could get there within 8 hours, however far away it was. And so I think that's a key point. I think secondly, the strong regulatory framework of Australia is something to be beholden, and a huge asset in terms of differentiating Australian suppliers from those offshore. And I guess thirdly, the accreditation scheme that exists around, for example, Ethical Clothing Australia, that serves to provide confidence to local buyers around the auditing and the accreditation of the supply chain, and the implementation of that regulatory framework is also a strength.
So just a bit further on that, if we were to think about where we perhaps have been procuring our uniforms to date, or largely to date, offshore, we might be putting ourselves at much greater risk of garments being produced through the products of modern slavery.
Yes, I mean, and in some cases it's a bit odd, but international law is sometimes sets a higher standard than Australian law, which that is true. For example, you could look at China in relation to working hours. However, the implementation frameworks in those contexts are often absent. And similarly, the auditing frameworks for offshore facilities, it's been well documented, the issues that they here often referred to as sort of a tick and flick approach. You can buy an audit on the internet, in fact, or you can have false sets of books and pay in hours. So I can show you these if you want your working hours at this level, but the next customer, he's more, or she is more accommodating of a different level of working hours. I'll show her the real ones. So there's a lot of, so what I'm looking for, it's very opaque, I think, when you go overseas, and it's hard to necessarily have confidence in what's happening, and you certainly can't just go there to get even more confidence. So that's the strength of the Australian supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Fu, I think you were here for the panel that we had before, or some of the panel that we had before, talking about advanced manufacturing and challenges, I guess, in accessing procurement, but other challenges as well. And I wondered, your manufacturing and your business is based in Sydney.
Correct.
And some of the discussion we had on the previous panel was about that choice as to where to locate, and whether you have considered or been forced to consider other options due to business conditions or that kind of thing.
Yeah, it is a very common question, because most customers assume that clothing is now made overseas. And we've made a very strong decision to retain it in Sydney, not just because we grew up here and we love working here, but it's also because of the challenges that Jana mentioned, in terms of we can't be sure, right, if we were to offshore it, that it meets the values around sustainability and ethics that we have built our business brand on. We're ECA accredited, we're also a B Corp, which means that we are triple bottom line focused, and not just about profitability, but also what is our impact on the community, on customers, and so forth. And we just can't be sure that we're going to meet that standard without being based in the factory that actually does the work. So for that reason, we have made a decision to stay here despite a lot of economic pressure and a lot of customer queries as to why don't we do it overseas, because it's so much cheaper. Right? And if we were to do it overseas, we could offer it at a cheaper price and so forth. But our perspective is that at some point, somewhere, someone is paying the true cost. Right? A $10 t-shirt isn't really $10. The social cost is being borne by a community that has got its rivers flooded with toxic chemicals. It's from workers who have been chained to an unsafe factory and working 20 hours a day, right, at minimal dollars, and that's just not worth the price. So for those reasons, we have decided to say it's not an easy decision, and we'd love to have more people that we can support locally as well, because it is a small, interconnected community. And that's why I guess we're here today. We really believe that government has a strong role to play, not so much as a legislator, but as the largest customer, to actually enforce the standards which change the market.
Thank you. Ms. Quintus-James, if I could ask a question. You spoke about weightings earlier, and in the previous panel again, I think that the weighting or the area that they were most interested in was, local content, local manufacturing. But given that you have both the Social Outfit and Citizen Wolf here, are you talking about weightings not just in terms of local content, but environmental outcomes, labour outcomes, social outcomes? Is that what you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you got the data that we were discussing before as perhaps missing, you could use that to inform a weighting across all of those things. I think local content obviously essentially has embedded it in it as the benefit. Local content as a requirement has embedded in the benefit of social in theory, but I think that could be more explicit. And I think the use, for example, of environmentally certified materials, could then be a separate thing. I think often these things historically maybe have been lumped into one sort of bucket, but actually there's in the government procurement context, I believe it's warranted to separate them out and be really explicit about what's important. And so the environmentally lower impact materials, but then also perhaps, and there's another part which is the end of life.
Yeah.
What is the government doing with those uniforms when they're finished with them? And often what happens is, there's a change in uniform. So suddenly, thousands and thousands of uniforms are defunct literally in one day. And, there are, again, courtesy of Australian innovation and locally manufactured solutions, there are opportunities to work with Australian businesses on keeping that product out of landfill.
And in terms of weightings, I guess the corollary of what you're saying is that this whole of life costing, so that whole of life in terms of textiles and clothing needs to be what happens at the end of their usefulness. Where do they go? Yeah. Are we paying for them to fill up our landfill or that kind of thing?
And so, perhaps it's about where did the material, it's weighting a component in terms of where do the materials come from, and what are the social and economic and environmental components of that. Second stage, where are they manufactured, where is the item manufactured, and then through to this, obviously there's a form and function component, i.e. the use phase, and then finally what's happening at the end of life.
Thank you. Ms. Merton, do you have any more questions?
No, thank you very much.
Anyone else with more questions? No? That being the case, I'm going to thank you all very much for being here today and for the work that you all do. If there are any questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.